Hey there, Lion Nation. I'm Rudy Casanova, owner and president of Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. In athletics, teamwork is everything. Each player has a role, and when they come together, they achieve greatness. At Global Strategic, we believe the same principle applies to the workplace. When the right people come together, your business thrives. Let Global Strategic help you build a winning team at work. Visit www.globalstrategic.com for more information and schedule some time with me or one of my team. The Casanova family and Global Strategic are proud supporters of the PCA Athletic Program. Go Lions!
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights.
Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
Yes.
And
Now
I can hear Chuck
us.
perfect.
The following is an exclusive sports presentation of Metro Sports Communications. This is Prestonwood Christian Academy football. Lions football is brought to you by Andrews Institute at Children's Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, Aquaterra Outdoors, Chick-fil-A at Park Boulevard and Plano Parkway, Global Strategic, Cowboys Fit, Fast Signs Carrollton, C3auto.com, Comfort Maker Air Conditioning and Heating, Incentive Brands, Levi's Locker, Milestone Electric, Sky Ranch, and Vista Physical Therapy. Now, it's time for kickoff on PCA Lions football.
Well, the final day of October, and fall is in the air as we reach the penultimate regular season game of Prestonwood football this fall, as tonight the Lions back home to take on Trinity Christian Addison in what will be, again, the next to final regular season game of the year. One more to go and then to the playoffs. But we welcome you to Countdown to Kickoff is brought to you by the Andrews Institute, Children's Health, proud sponsor of PCA football, as tonight the Lions try to get back on the winning track after dropping a close one last week that came down to the final play of the ball game. They dropped a 38-35 decision to rival Parrish and look to even things up this weekend against the Trojan team that comes in. Hi, everybody. Chuck Kelly along with David Stoltzman. Donovan Lewis is on assignment this week, so we'll miss Donnie. He'll be back next week. But, David, for the PCA Lions, it was one that was oh so close last week. In fact, they were in control for a large part of that game against Parrish. But in the end, a team with championship medal that has a lot of metal, in fact, in its mantle, came back and on that final play of the game, the game-winning field goal, managed to snatch victory away from the Lions. So kind of a tough loss, but still plenty of season to go and the playoffs ahead, and they look forward to seeing them once again.
And that game reminded me of a Spanish exclamation, where you got the exclamation at the beginning and at the end. There was the opening kickoff for a touchdown, if you remember. Then, of course, the game-winning field goal, which may or may not have been tipped, but found its way, as they say, ball don't lie, it goes through, and, is what it is. But I feel like if you take the score away, we know there's no moral victories in football, of course, right, Chuck? But if you take the score out of the game and you just watch the film, you got to really love what you saw if you were PCA. That was a dominant performance. The score didn't reflect it. Coach Yantis wants 2 or 3 calls back for sure. I think that there's a lot of players out there that maybe there was one play they felt like might have been the difference in games like that, and usually it is when you have a big rivalry game and against a perennial powerhouse. It's just how those games go, and sometimes they fall your way, sometimes they don't. But what you have to love is the effort, the execution, and it came down to 4 or 5 big plays. Now, the good news is you still got a whole rest of your season to play tonight, next week, and then, as you mentioned, into the playoffs. And what I've seen the last, if you take the body of work, at least since we've been calling the games, I have seen big progress with Luke Glass and his receivers getting on the same page. Niffen has been fantastic. Darasaw, the 3-touchdown game last week. Tyler Shaw played a lot of defense last week, but still he can get open anytime he wants against anybody in this league. And then, the two-headed monster, William Taylor and Braden Bixler. I mean, Taylor, 29 carries, 199 and a touchdown. That's like 1980s football right there. And William Taylor's built for it. But, no, I like how this team is gelling. Offensive line just goes without saying. It's the cornerstone of the entire team, arguably. But I like how each, scores aside, record aside, I do not want to play the PCA Lions coming into playoffs, no matter what they're seeded.
Well, the record 3-4, and in district play 3-2, it's deceiving. Because you're thinking under 500, so they're struggling a little bit. No, they're not. They're playing really well. In fact, last week they generated 478 yards of total offense, and that's kind of been a theme from the 4 games that we have seen. But the one thing that they do have to work on, they had trouble last week converting third downs. They were only 4 of 12 on third down tries. But again, it was the turnover bug. 2 critical turnovers, 2 interceptions in the ball game, and that also has been a continuing theme. They need to clean up.
And you mentioned the turnovers, and Chuck, I don't think it's a matter of that they happen, it's when they happened. And it's the big moments, I think, that is the last hurdle for this year's PCA team. It's the penalties can put them behind the 8 ball at times. Last week, a little bit better. Moving forward, if they can clean up, if they can just clean up a few more penalties, get that down to under 4 or 5 a game, if they can limit it to 1 or no turnovers obviously is the goal, and then limit some of the big plays in critical situations. This team, this is a state championship team. I've seen good football. You've seen good football over the decades. This is a great team. It's just a matter of putting all the pieces together at the right time and just riding off into the sunset, because this team can definitely do it. They've got the horsepower. They've got the coaching staff. And I'm excited to see what they do tonight. It's going to be a game where they're getting a rebuilding Trojans team, but nevertheless, there's still so much to work on and so much to correct that all these games count for one reason or another.
It is a little bit of a different story when you look at the opponent, Trinity Christian Addison. They come in with a record of 2-6. They're winless in district play at 0-4, and they've got first-year coach Trey Haverty, who of course was a star at Texas Tech many years ago at the helm. He's in his first season, but this is a club that is in definite rebuild mode, so not a lot of guessing as to how this game's going to turn out tonight, at least looking at it on paper. You got to play the game. But for Trinity Christian, they are trying to knock off Goliath tonight.
They're gonna pack a punch, and these teams are very dangerous to play. The teams where you think, okay, had a big game last week, had 3 big games in a row, frankly, and homecoming was in there. Man, maybe we can just no. You cannot throttle down. You cannot play to another team's level, and whether they're better than you or worse than you, you need to play your brand of football. And the brand of football that PCA plays is pound the rock, get ahead of the sticks, hit the deep plays when you can, play stodgy defense, get people off the field on third down. So as long as they do that, they're going to take care of business tonight. But you can't put it past this TCA team, knowing Coach Haverty, kind of kind of a strong, quiet type of guy, very focused. I know that. He was a GA whenever I was at TCU, and so we're friends. But he's going to have these guys prepared. He doesn't care what he has out there. He's going to coach whoever's on the field, and I know that to be a fact. And he demands everyone's best. They're going to get it. And this is a team that will punch you in the mouth. You cannot take them lightly.
Well, some players back for the Lions on defense, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the pregame show. Still a couple of fellas out, but getting some of those that have been trying to track back from injuries into the lineup is going to be a big push for the Lions, as we have an absolutely beautiful night tonight here at the stadium. Right now sitting at 66 degrees. It'll cool off a little bit more as that big fireball heads down toward the western sky. So we'll have that coming your way, but right now we're going to take an opening timeout, and when we come back, we're going to get right to the player interviews. We've got two good ones coming your way, and of course the Donn Yantis show, and plenty more to get you ready for this one. It is the Lions and the PCA Addison Trojans coming up, and we're happy to have you with us as you enjoy PCA football from Metro Sports Communications. More after this opening timeout.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights.
Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
Make your dream outdoor space a reality with Aquaterra Outdoors. From full-service design to construction for landscaping, pools, and outdoor structures, we offer everything you need for your ideal outdoor environment. With years of experience and a commitment to excellence, Aquaterra Outdoors, elevating outdoor living to the next level. Contact us today at 214-387-8333. Or visit our website, aquaterraoutdoors.com, and start your journey to the ultimate outdoor experience.
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is, and always will be, how we help people.
More on Lion Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you, of course, by Children's Health Andrews Institute, Orthopedic and Sports Medicine. It is the next to the last regular season game tonight. It's a home game as PCA takes on Trinity Christian Addison. Time now for the player interviews. They're brought to you by Chick-fil-A. You want to go by the closest location? Well, stop by on Plano Parkway, just north of Park Boulevard. Get you one of those delicious chicken sandwiches if you're getting ready for the big weekend of football and you need a party platter. They can help you with that as well. Well, we're going to start by talking to someone who is very important to the PCA football team, backup quarterback and deep snapper, Trot O'Neal, who obviously has been part of this PCA family for quite a while, and just kind of want to get your thoughts as someone who will talk individually about your positions, but someone who's been a contributor on this team for quite a while, how you feel that you are doing right now as part of this season and how the team is.
Yes, sir. Our team this year, it's been different because tons of transfers. So like we've been used to having guys that have been here a while, but getting used to like getting these new guys in the culture. But I think the team, we're in the best place we've been this season. After Parrish, I think a few guys kind of had their coming out party in that game. So just new faces on our team. So it's just time to lock in for these last two games of playoffs. And then me individually, I feel like I'm doing well. Snapping well, just staying ready in case anything happens at quarterback. So, yeah.
Let's talk about that in case, because you never talk about it, but how important is it? One snap away, one injury away, and all of a sudden you get the keys to the machine. How do you get prepared for that mentally and physically?
My big things is just I like to – one thing I can do is listen to calming music before game, but, it's hard to – you get I don't know how many, let's say 10 snaps per game. And, you got to be perfect on every one of them. So I'm always on the sideline, warming up. So it feels like I'm just warming up the whole game. Sometimes I get my chance, sometimes I don't. But you just have to be able to go out there, sometimes cold, and just perform. So those are big plays. So
All right, let's get into that deep snapper part, because that is something that I think 20 years ago people really didn't think about. Now they're like, wait a minute, colleges need that deep snapper.
Yes, sir.
And you have parlayed that into a great opportunity at the University of Texas. So take us through that, how you even got started in the whole deep snapping routine.
So I've always played quarterback since middle school. It's just a position that appealed to me. So I was able to throw the ball, and so it transitions perfectly into snapping because you hold it just like you're going to throw a ball. It's just added extra guide hand. And probably didn't get really serious into it until sophomore year when we didn't really have one. Me and one of my buddies would just go on the sideline. Like, we didn't play yet on varsity, so we'd just go during practice and snap on the sideline. Went to my first camp sophomore year and did well. And the guy told me, he was like, hey, like, you're good enough to keep going with this and you have a future in it. So kept going to, it's called Coles camps. You just get nationally ranked, and they put your information and videos out to coaches. And then, honestly, Texas didn't come into play until February of this year, I think, is when they first reached out. So it was just, Texas was kind of out of the blue. I had some other schools that I was kind of counting on, but Texas came out of the blue and offered me pretty quick. So, that's my dream school, in-state, the biggest school in Texas. So that's a dream come true, so.
Did you ever expect, when you were fooling around on the sidelines, just, doing something, that it was going to parlay into this?
No, never when I was just out there jacking around. But I'd say maybe after, my second or third Coles camp, I was like, okay, maybe. It didn't really hit me that I could go that high level until it actually happened, because, it's just been my dream, all growing up, because I've been a huge football fan. My family's a huge football fan, so dream come true, so.
What makes a great deep snapper mechanically? What is it that you have to do?
I would say accuracy and speed. That's if you want to get to the basics of it, that's all that matters. And then on field goal, it helps if you have the laces out, so you can get the holder doesn't have an extra step, and so just speed and accuracy. And depending on the school, they want you to be able to block and run downfield, but the basic speed and velocity.
Now, you were pretty much born into an athletic family. Your dad, Todd, your mom, Becky, both played sports, so you were going to be around sports all the time. Was that a benefit growing up?
Definitely, yes. I think the biggest takeaway from that is just learning how to take coaching. Whenever I was before high school, I would watch my dad go out and yell at his players, watch my mom yell at her players. So, I've been used to being able to take coaching. So that's probably the biggest takeaway. And then I just developed a love for all the sports, and it's just been really fun for me, so yeah.
Now, your older brother, Troop, is a kicker, plays for UT Rio Grande Valley. Your sister, Tate, to University of Mary Hardin Baylor, runs cross-country for them now. Having that athletic, endeavors with your siblings, was that a little push for you to get into it as well?
Yeah, for sure. I think my brother... my sister is always someone to look up to because she probably has the best work ethic out of all of us.
Yeah.
But I think my brother was probably my biggest role model when it came to football. Once I saw him, he initially went to Tulsa, had an ACL injury, kind of jacked up his whole cycle. But seeing him go through that process, it was even more of a drive that I wanted to do that as well. And so, like I said, it's just a dream come true.
Now, I find it extremely interesting that someone who is such a fan of Oklahoma State University, that's that other school in Oklahoma, but anyway, such a huge fan of theirs is going to Texas. So what's that like? How'd you explain that to your grandpa?
When I told my grandpa about the Texas thing, obviously he's just really excited for me, but my grandpa has been, me and him, I go over there every weekend and watch the Oklahoma State games, but this year it's been go over there and watch the Texas games because Oklahoma State's on a downfall right now. So it's a good time to make the transition, but it's been hard because my whole childhood growing up Oklahoma State fan, but it's pretty easy when you see what Texas has to offer.
So tell me about what you do off the field. What's Trot O'Neal like off? I'm told you're a gentle giant, and I can see that from your size. But you do have some quirks and some witty things. So a big fan of old movies. I'm talking about old movies.
Oh, yeah. Off the field, I feel like I'm pretty normal, just like everyone else. But I watch movies from the 40s and 50s. So, I love it. Bob Hope. No one's going to know except for the older people, but Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, those movies, I could sit and watch those for hours. So Humphrey Bogart, all those movies, I don't know what it is, but they're super entertaining, super soothing for me. But if I play them with like one of my buddies, they're like, dude, like, what are you watching? It's black and white. They just want me to turn it off. But I love those movies. So
how did you get into that?
I mean, probably my grandparents. Everywhere I go, it's been watching Andy Griffith's show, I Love Lucy. So, I mean, all those movies have been on around me with my grandparents. But, like, even my siblings, Troop hates old movies, but Tate will sometimes watch. But, I mean, I think I just took to those movies more. I don't know why, but I just love them. So.
But you love old singers as well.
I do. So, listen to a lot of Dean Martin. I mean, Frank Sinatra. Those are on my pregame playlist. So, I don't know. I guess I was meant to be born in the 50s. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you 17 or 18? Or are you 70 or 80? I'm not sure.
18, but I honestly have no idea. It's just old movies, old songs. I just take well to them. So, I don't really have an explanation for it.
Now, you can zip out movie lines like nobody else. You've got that quick wit, and you can drop them at the right time. Do you have any favorite movie lines that you'll drop from time to time? Putting you on the spot here. I got to
think. I'm going to go blank.
We'll give you one. How about this one? Take this down, Smee.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. That's from Peter Pan. I don't know what year that came out, but, yeah. Me and my mom always joke about that. It's a cartoon, just goofy pirates like, take this down, Smee. So, that's hilarious, but I can't think of any others right now.
Well, something you really like, I'm told, is Christmas time. You're really into Christmas. You're going to start that music. You're one of those guys that starts it before Thanksgiving.
I've already listened to a little bit of it. Yeah. Favorite Christmas movies: Holiday Inn, Bing Crosby, Fred Astaire. I think. I probably during Christmas time watched that like 5 times over, and my Christmas playlist is just all the old time ones, and some old school.
This is awesome. Well, everybody that plays pretty much here at PCA has a great relationship with the Lord. I want to ask you about that, about how important that is, how much that has led you to where you are now, and your future going to Texas and beyond.
I think the biggest way my relationship with God is related to football is through my positions I play in recruiting, because it was like 7th grade Trot is like, I want to go play Power 4 football at quarterback. But then just realizing, like, just be a part of the team, like, do what the team needs. And I've always done that. I think I've played every position besides defensive secondary. So, just working in, like, where I can and just trusting His plan for me. And, even when I got ranked and did all this thing for long snapper, it was like, okay, like, when am I going to get my offer? So I remember tons of nights just praying, like, just giving it to Him, and, it worked out for me. So it's just trusting His plan, try to not worry about it too much. So my relationship with God has just been really huge, and, like, just calming me down and letting me, like, live in the moment, I guess.
And, of course, Prestonwood, a great place to ply your trade as you're doing that, right?
Yes, sir. I've been here since kindergarten, so going to chapel since, I've been in and around church my whole life, so it's definitely impacted me to impact others. And I think, that's the other thing. Trust God. He's taking me to Texas. I need to do a good job of, like, spreading the gospel down there, because Austin's a place that needs it. So just think of my mission not just as football, but as a mission trip to go down to Austin and spread the gospel. So, yeah.
Pleasure visiting with you. Good luck tonight. Good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you.
That is Trot O'Neal. He is the backup quarterback, the deep snapper. We'll be seeing him in the SEC fairly soon as a deep snapper for the Texas Longhorns, all things going well. And we'll take a timeout here. We've got another visit coming up. Don't go away. We're here on the countdown to kickoff as the Lions get set to take on TC Addison, and we'll have more after this timeout.
From the long-lasting and reliable heating and cooling systems we send out the door, to the friendly and knowledgeable dealers who go the extra mile. With a no-hassle replacement limited warranty, you can trust Comfort Maker to deliver outstanding service and performance, keeping you a step ahead with advanced technology and exceptional comfort. To find a Comfort Maker dealer, visit comfortmaker.com.
Come see Larry, Jane, and Repo Jr. for your next vehicle. C3 Auto, Located at 3101 Premier Drive in Plano, Texas, or visit us online at c3auto.com.
Morning Line Countdown to Kickoff brought to you by Children's Health, Andrews Institute of Orthopedic and Sports Medicine. Tonight, it is Prestonwood and TC Addison as we continue with the player interviews. Good one to get us started. We'll try to do better here, can we? We'll find out as Colt Hillhouse steps in, a big tackle for this Lion offensive unit. We've heard so much praise for this group all season long, the way you guys have played, the way you're developed. How's it been from your perspective as far as what you've done in the team as a whole?
Well, from my perspective, I think, as an O-line, for what size we have and what experience we have, we still have a lot to work on as an entire O-line. Our team chemistry as an O-line is not there, I don't think yet, but there's still a lot of stuff we can improve on, and we're already good, but we're here. I think we can be so much better up here. But, it's just – from my part and from my perspective, I just got to keep encouraging the guys, keep on doing what I'm doing, keep my head down and say yes sir, no sir.
Give us specifics on things that you could improve of, because you're in the game, but for someone who's tuned in right now saying, well, what are you trying to get better at?
I'm most certainly trying to get her at my pass sets, because I've always been a strong run blocker. I've always focused on that since my sophomore and junior year, but my pass sets, I've been getting to focus on that, especially since I've been switched to right side this year. Right side has been kind of challenging since I played left side for 2 years on varsity. It's very complicated, when you're in one stance for so long, for 2 years, and then you go to another stance for this year when I got to play where I tackle in the spring. I was horrible at my pass sets, but my run sets were strong. So I just focused on that more and just keep on doing what I'm doing.
Compare Colt Hillhouse, the senior, to the one that started a couple of years ago on varsity.
So this year I'm a lot more like a goldfish. If I have a bad play, I'm like, hey, I'll bounce back, which I've been doing a real good job of that. Sophomore year, it was all up in my head. I was all like, if I had a bad play, I was like, I'm gonna do this. I'm just this bad at football. But I've learned over the years, like, hey, don't one bad play get you wrong, because everybody's going to have a bad play once in their career, right? Whether it's Tom Brady or whether it's, just a sophomore varsity guy playing for a high school team.
Now, you started playing football as a seventh grader at PCA. Take us back to the beginning. What was that like?
Oh, man, back in the glory days. Well, I didn't know what I was doing from the start. I remember our first scrimmage, seventh grade year. I haven't played a lick of football. And I was like, all right, I'm going to try this thing out. So I go in there. I'm thinking I'm at right guard. I'm playing against this guy. I used to go to. He was in sixth grade here. I just get blown up in the backfield. He makes a TFL on me. I'm like, whoa, this football stuff is not cut out for me. But, I decided to stick with it, through middle school and through my freshman year. I was like, I'm going to stick with it again. And, and I just kept on, hardly working in the weight room, and my hard work paid off.
Well, part of that was bulking up a little bit on the JV. You're probably a little bit on the skinny side, and then you went to a specific program to get you ready and get you bulked up. What was it?
Well, I just ate everything in sight, there was not a thing that I didn't eat, and that's how I gained so much weight. I was just constantly hitting the weight room, and I didn't think about, like, my future. I was just like, I'm going to just keep my head down and work hard, and then
Morning Line Countdown to Kickoff brought to you by Children's Health, Andrews Institute of Orthopedic and Sports Medicine. Tonight, it is Prestonwood and TC Addison as we continue with the player interviews. Good one to get us started. We'll try to do better here, can we? We'll find out as Colt Hillhouse steps in, a big tackle for this Lion offensive unit. We've heard so much praise for this group all season long, the way you guys have played, the way you're developed. How's it been from your perspective as far as what you've done in the team as a whole?
Well, from my perspective, I think, as an O-line, for what size we have and what experience we have. We still have a lot to work on as an entire O-line. Our team chemistry as an O-line is not there, I don't think yet, but there's still a lot of stuff we can improve on, and we're already good, but we're here. I think we can be so much better up here. But, it's just from my part and from my perspective, I just got to keep encouraging the guys, keep on doing what I'm doing, keep my head down and say yes sir, no sir.
Give us specifics on things that you could improve of, because you're in the game, but for someone who's tuned in right now saying, well, what are you trying to get better at?
I'm most certainly trying to get around my pass sets, because I've always been a strong run blocker. I've always focused on that since my sophomore and junior year, but my pass sets, I've been getting to focus on that, especially since I've been switched to right side this year. Right side has been kind of challenging since I played left side for 2 years on varsity. It's very complicated, when you're in one stance for so long, for 2 years, and then you go to another stance for this year when I got to play right tackle in the spring. I was horrible at my pass sets, but my run sets were strong. So I just focused on that more and just keep on doing what I'm doing.
Compare Colt Hillhouse, the senior, to the one that started a couple of years ago on varsity.
So this year I'm a lot more like a goldfish. If I have a bad play, I'm like, hey, I'll bounce back, which I've been doing a really good job of that. Sophomore year, it was all up in my head. I was all like, if I had a bad play, I was like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna use this bad at football. But I've learned over the years, like, hey, don't one bad play get you wrong, because everybody's gonna have a bad play once in their career, right? Whether it's Tom Brady or whether it's just a sophomore varsity guy playing for a high school team.
Now, you started playing football as a 7th grader at PCA. Take us back to the beginning. What was that like? Oh, man, back in the glory days. Well, I didn't know what I was doing from the start. I remember our first scrimmage, 7th grade year, I haven't played a lick of football. I was like, all right, I'm going to try this thing out. So I go in there. I'm thinking I'm at right guard. I'm playing against this guy. I used to go to – he was in 6th grade here. I just get blown up in the backfield. He makes a TFL on me. I'm like, whoa, this football stuff is not cut out for me. But, I decided to stick with it, through middle school and through my freshman year. I was like, I'm going to stick with it again. And, and I just kept on, hardly working in the weight room, and my hard work paid off. Well, part of that was bulking up a little bit on the JV. You're probably a little bit on the skinny side, and then you went to a specific program to get you ready and get you bulked up. What was it? Well,
I just ate everything in sight, there was not a thing that I didn't eat, and that's how I gained so much weight. I was just constantly hitting the weight room, and I didn't think about, my future. I was just like, I'm going to just keep my head down and work hard, and then all of a sudden I gained so much weight.
But the whole milk was a part of it,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, whole milk. Yes, sir.
That?
Yes, sir. Whole milk and peanut butter. Those are my go-tos.
But you gained like 100 pounds quickly. How did you proportion that well?
Well, I don't think I really did, but as the off-season went on for freshman to sophomore year, I just kept hitting it in the weight room, like I said before. I just didn't really notice it until it come around sophomore year spring ball. I was like, hey, I'm actually big now. I can actually have a chance against these varsity guys, and so and I was just getting used to my new body sophomore year, trying to move, trying to, do all the things. Obviously, I had some quote unquote injuries that kind of, set me back. But it was just kind of tough getting used to that new body. But I liked it though.
Now, off the field, just to kind of set the scene for the fans viewing tonight, you were born into a ministry family. Your dad, Justin, is on the missions and men's pastor group. Your mom, Audrey, serves in the worship staff at Cottonwood Creek Church. And, that's kind of a good foundation to get started, either even athletically, academically, anything. So how important was that for you?
I think it was very important for me, especially for my younger life, because I've always been around, super religious parents, and they've always disciplined me to be the best I can be, and I thank them for that. I think I could not have any better parents I would ask for. And so, my dad being a pastor, watching him, be a role model, like Jesus kind of, But and watching my mom too. My mom's also working in the church right now with my dad, and she's a super religious person. And they're like, "Hey, honor God with your mind and soul and your heart." And I think they've just been huge role models for me. Think of what I can do to be like them, to be disciplined, hardworking, and passionate about what they do, and not just for them but for others.
Being a kid of someone in the ministry is kind of like being a military kid. You get moved around. You had several moves that you went through before you moved back to Plano in 2019, and it was specifically to be a part of Prestonwood, right?
Yes, sir. That is correct. We moved out to the small town of Jacksboro for my dad's job as a pastor. He took a senior pastor job there in Jacksboro Community Church, I think. Well, I don't know. I don't remember the name, but I was there for 3rd through 5th grade, and I came back here 6th grade. But to be honest, I didn't really like it out there. There's nothing to do. But when I came back to Plano, everything was back here. I got used to it. And there's just everything's right here. Out there you had to drive 30 minutes to Walmart. It was not that. But again, back to my parents for role modeling. It's just for them. For them to go out there so far away from what we're already used to, for them to sacrifice to build and plant a seed over there in Jacksboro.
But as soon as you could drive, you were ready to bring your friends and be a part of the PCA family, right?
Oh, yes, sir. I was eager to drive.
Let's talk about your older sister, Emily, sophomore at Dallas Baptist, and your bonus sister, Katie. Now, that's an interesting story in itself. So you got a couple of girls and a big dude in the family. How do you fit into that?
Well, I've always been, outmatched at the dinner table when we disagree on something. Me and my dad are on one side, and, they're on the other side. We're like, oh, we think this. Oh, no, we think that. We always get outvoted, but we're always right. You know what I'm saying?
I love that. And we mentioned Emily and Katie. The cool story about her, she's a freshman at Baylor, is lived with your family as an exchange student from Vietnam. What was that like?
Yeah, it was interesting for the first couple weeks. It was weird, I would say that, because having another person living in your house, you're supposed to treat them like your quote-unquote sister, It was kind of weird first on, but, I think God really had a plan for that and for her. All of a sudden, a year ago, she just started, being a sister to me, and now I'm messing around with her like I've known her for 17 years.
Well, you stole the point that I was going to make, that she calls you her brother, and that you guys are like siblings. I assume is that the good part and the bad part too? Do you squabble sometimes?
We do squabble sometimes. Yeah. Yes, sir. Just a little bit.
All right, so things you like to do when you're not playing football: hunting, fishing, shooting guns, riding four-wheelers. That's kind of what every dude likes to do. Which is your favorite?
Oh, I say hunting. Hunting is a big I say nostalgic feel for me, because me and my grandpa, he's had this ranch out in East Texas. We always go hunt there, in December, especially in middle school when football ended. We always went out there. We always went to go shoot something, at least something, and that's a nostalgic feel for me. And that's partly why I like Christmas so much, is because I just have that feel of I'm with my grandparents. I get to do whatever I want. It was a great time.
And this summer, you finally beat your dad at shooting trap?
Yes, I did. Fair and square, by the way. No cheating, no nothing. He got his butt whooped, so,
Who's Timmy?
Timmy?
You shot Timmy, and Timmy's hanging out?
Oh, yeah, Timmy. Oh, my gosh. That's
It's not a person, folks.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Yeah.
But, Timmy was a deer. It was the second or first deer I shot, and he seemed like a good deer, and so I named him Timmy. This was back in 8th or 9th grade, I think, and we mounted it up in my room. I called him Timmy now, or Tim. Oh, I forgot about that. That's a blast from the past there. So, yeah.
So tell me about the Hillhouse 4th of July fireworks show out at your ranch.
Oh, boy. So my dad started this 2 or 3 years ago. So one year, we invited everybody down to my grandpa's ranch to shoot off fireworks, and my dad supposedly bought $2,000 worth of fireworks. And so the show literally went on for about like 30, 40 minutes. And keep in mind, we didn't pay a company to do this. This was all us. And so we were just lighting mortars every single second. You know, we had this huge, like 6 by 6 box, 6 feet by 6 feet box of just shells in there. And we take them and drop them in. It was a fun time. We did that for like 2 years. Yeah, it was a really great time.
That sounds awesome. So for a guy that loves to be on the water, the lake, the beach, wherever you can find that, I'm told that if you had your choice, you'd like to be a certified scuba instructor and just live full-time in the Caribbean. That'd be fine with you?
Oh, yeah, that would be completely fine, you know, being on the beach, you know, getting that tan on, you know, seeing the ladies walk by, you know what I'm saying? You know, I really like the ocean. I used to be scared of it, but now I really like the ocean, you know, seeing God's creation.
Looking ahead, possibly a degree in business or kinesiology, what is in your future?
You know, I think it's all God's plan. I don't really know what I'm going to major in, but business kinesiology, you know, I took an internship with Coach Brian, our weight room coach for football, during last semester, and I learned a lot about kinesiology, and I was fascinated by it. And I was like, hey, maybe, you know, I'm a big weight room guy. Maybe, you know, that would be a career for me when I get older.
It sounds like that would be a heck of a plan. Well, just like we talked a minute ago with Trot, you know, the fact that being at PCA, being a part of this family, what has that meant to you?
I think it's opened up a lot of doors, I would say. It's a Christian bubble being here at PCA. I went to public school third and fifth grade. You know, I was not used to, like, you know, hospitality when I would come into a school, you know. And when I came here at PCA, you know, it opened up a lot of doors. Like, hey, these are really nice people, you know. And I got to, like, know a lot of people, you know, do a lot of things that I'm, like, impressed by the school. Like, hey, maybe, like, you know, being a Christian, you know, this doesn't sound so bad, because I had some doubts in my faith, obviously, when I went to public school as a young kid, hearing all these different worldviews. But PCA has reassured me that, like, you know, Christianity is, like, you know, the superior faith, you know. It's led me to believe, like, more strongly in my faith.
Colt, it's been a pleasure visiting with you. Thanks for the time. Good luck tonight and the rest of the season.
Yes, sir. Thanks. You too.
That is Colt Hillhouse. You'll see him on the offensive line, the big right tackle, as the Lions get set to take on TC Addison tonight. Well, that does it for the player interviews, but we've got plenty more to head toward kickoff tonight. We'll have the Donn Yantis show coming up in just a bit, but David will rejoin me, and we'll talk about some things to get you ready for this one. After this timeout, remember, you're listening and viewing the Countdown to Kickoff, and it's brought to you, of course, by the Andrews Institute, and we'll have more right after this timeout.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Keone.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Storm damage? Don't wait until it's too late. At Up to Date Roofing, we bring top quality craftsmanship, honest pricing, and fast service to protect what matters most, your home. From repairs to full replacements, we keep your roof and your home up to date. Call us today and stay covered, rain or shine. Up to Date Roofing, keeping you covered no matter the weather.
We continue on Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by the Andrews Institute of Children's Health, Orthopedic, and Sports Medicine, as Prestonwood gets set to entertain Trinity Christian Addison. Hope you enjoyed those player interviews. Chuck Kelly, David Stoltzman here in the booth. David, we made reference at the start of the game that a couple of new faces are re-entering this Lion defensive unit, and I expect to see some big positives from a team that's already playing really well on that side of the ball.
And some new old faces, you should say. So that front seven of that Lions defense has been, I mean, nothing short of outstanding. But that back end has been a bunch of warriors and guys moving around. Tyler Shaw entered the game last week, played safety and corner valiantly. But now Ridge Casanova comes back in. And you know, Chuck, they've missed him for weeks and weeks. And so, and on the other side, playing at corner now, you've got Tobias Jensen. Now, remember, he had the overtime interception against BL and in overtime. So he's fantastic. Coach Yantis just breathed a sigh of relief having both of those young men back. But look for them in the back end and supporting that front seven that's really kept him in this game, in these games.
We've got plenty more to get you ready for this when you see the sun already setting. It's going to be a little different next week after daylight saving time goes away and we get into standard, thank heavens. But we'll talk more about that as we continue. But right now, a timeout. Coming up next, the Donn Yantis Show when Prestonwood football continues in a moment.
Hey there, Lion Nation. I'm Rudy Casanova, owner and president of Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. In athletics, teamwork is everything. Each player has a role. And when they come together, they achieve greatness. At Global Strategic, we believe the same principle applies to the workplace. When the right people come together, your business thrives. Let Global Strategic help you build a winning team at work. Visit www.globalstrategic.com for more information and schedule some time with me or one of my team. The Casanova family and Global Strategic are proud supporters of the PCA Athletic Program. Go Lions!
More on the Lion countdown to kickoff as we near the start of tonight's game at home against Trinity Christian Addison. It's time now for the Donn Yantis Show. It's brought to you by Paris Baguette. Remember, a brand new partner to PCA football, and you can get 10% off your order by going in and saying Prestonwood. And that's all it takes. All at Paris Baguette, right across from PCA. Well, Coach, last week it was a big-time football game. Two big-time teams going at it. One another came up just short in the end of the walk-off field goal. What was your takeaway from that game?
Well, I'm proud of the kids. They played extremely hard. We made a few mistakes, but obviously very disappointed we didn't come out with the win. But proud of our kids. They went toe-to-toe with that team, and we hope to see them in the future down in the playoffs.
What were some of the things you saw when you went back and looked at the film, the specific things that you play that if game, as a coach, if we would have done this better, if that mistake would have been made? What were the most important things that you saw?
The things that, there's 4 or 5 plays in every game that's going to make a difference. You just don't know which ones are. And so, I think of things like we had some holding penalties that hurt our offense. We dropped a couple balls. Defensively, giving up some explosives. Letting them out of the hole on 4th down, when they got that touchdown on the last touchdown. But just a number of little things that we got to fix, that we got to be better at. And so as a coach, as a head coach, my job is to, tighten it down and fix the things that need to be fixed. So we really worked hard this week on those things.
How do you do that within a game? You have the chance to regroup afterward and see what was done wrong. But when you're in there and the bullets are flying, what is the discussion going on, particularly going into halftime? I know it was disappointing not getting points going in. So what was that like?
As you rethink and replay that in your head, I didn't sleep much on Friday night or Thursday night because I was really replaying a lot of things in my head that, we could have done differently. And so you look at those things from a management standpoint. On 3rd down, I probably should have threw it. And Luke, knowing that the time we had 7 seconds on the clock to go ahead and, if it's not there, burn it. Then you have a choice of kicking a field or going for it. I was going for it no matter what. We had to win by 18 to win the district, and so that was my thought process in that. In hindsight, looking at that, I'll probably never do that again because that's one of those things where it becomes really almost selfish. And so you're really worrying about winning by 18 and really just win the game. and let the chips fall where they may. So as you rethink that as a coach, it was an experience thing that I had to work through that I've never had to deal with as a head coach in 23 years as a points differential. So knowing the situation he's in, I think it influenced me on some of the decisions I made, which, I got to be better at.
You got to be cognizant of the fact that when Parrish goes in, they have that aura of the 5 state championships and whatnot. We know all about that. But your team, from start to finish, not only hung with them, you almost a couple of points had them near on the ropes. What does that do for your team's confidence that they know now that they can play and probably beat a team like that if they see them again?
Yeah, I think our kids didn't bat an eye, and I think they know they could have won and should have won, and I think Parrish knows that we could have won. And I think that's one of the big things, and we look forward to playing them again. And also gives us confidence going into the playoffs, knowing we're probably going to play Liberty in the second round, where our kids are much more confident. They're growing, they're learning, they're developing. We're a lot better team than we were 3 games ago, and certainly a lot better than we were game 1. So there's a lot of great things to take away from that game. Like I said, there's 3 or 4 plays that just make a difference that you just don't know which ones they are. And so we came out short, but I'm fired up for our team to practice this week. They've had a great week of practice and then get on the field to play TCA. So I'm looking forward to getting on the field and getting that dust off us.
Speaking of plays, here's one that you saw that you like. Matter of fact, you went right back to it. That was that pass from Luke to Gio Darasol. What a great game he had, and what a great play that was both times.
Yeah, RPO, vertical. They're playing press man, and it was a good look. And Gio has been working hard, and I think that he's one of those guys that's going to continue to get better and better each week, and we just got to continue to train him, coach him, develop him, and Coach Bonner's done a great job with that. So, yeah, Luke threw a couple great balls, and he made some great catches. So, I look forward to more of those things. If we can make plays on the outside, that makes us a much more dangerous offense.
How about Tyler Shaw? He has had some battles early in the year since we started doing the broadcast. He's been battling through on the field, but it seems like he played his best game last week.
Yeah, he is. And again, this is only his 6th high school football game. He's injured his first 2 years, so he's really learning the position and getting better and better in each week. And he really cares and works extremely hard on his craft. So each week he gets better. And like I said, he's one of the fastest kids in the state of Texas. He's a 100-meter champ as a freshman and got second as a sophomore. So when you have that speed and you combine it with great receiver ball skills, he becomes a dangerous player for the offenders.
The guys that really rarely get talked about because they're down in the trenches. Those linemen. Talk about your offensive line a little bit and what they've done.
They're the concrete of our team. They're the foundation, and they give it every single week. They're one of the best, if not the best, offensive line at this level in TAPS. They're leaders on and off the field. They're cohesive. They're a team. They love each other. They love their teammates. Selfless guys that just get in there and do the dirty work and usually get no recognition for it. But, I certainly praise them. They're good kids. And I know that if we don't have those guys, we're not very good.
So we're to the penultimate week of the regular season. You've got 2 more games left on the regular season chart. Tonight, of course, with Trinity Christian Addison coming in. Now, where does this kind of line up as you start getting closer to the postseason? Do you start to have that vibe? Do you start to ramp up toward that point? And how does a game like this fit into that?
I think, as we've been moving through the season, that's our goal, is to peak when we get to the playoffs. So I think that we're doing that on both sides of the ball. Special teams, we've got to improve in some things. But I think this game, I know that, people say, hey, you're playing TCA, that this is going to be a blowout. And I just don't think like that. I think we prepare for them like we're playing Oregon. It's one of those things where we're going to be, we did not cut any corners. We're ready to play against them. And we're really focused on the fundamentals, blocking, tackling, catching the ball, doing the little things, special teams, working on our kickoff team. And those things this week we really hammered on the fundamentals of the game to improve. And, when you look at games that you might miss a block or miss a tackle or whatever it is, it's going back to the foundational fundamentals of the game to help yourself improve.
And absolutely no disrespect meant toward Trinity, but when you look at what you've done the last 3 weeks, the teams you played with Liberty and the last week, of course, Parrish, and in between that Legacy, which was a pretty scrappy team. Mm-hmm. Is it nice to have a game where maybe your team's not having to play, one of the absolute top dogs in the state?
To me, it's just another game, and I'll be honest with you, they're their faceless opponent, and so we want to honor God with our words and actions, and we're going to be the best that Prestonwood can be. We're focusing on Prestonwood. We're not focusing on the team we're playing. We're focused on us, just like we do in every single game. And getting those kids ready for that, and the maturity of a lot of our seniors, they understand. So our practices this week have been very intense. They've been very focused. So I'm proud of the guys. So I expect them to come out and improve on some of the things we need to improve on from last week.
Bit of good news on the defensive side, and this was something we pointed on the broadcast. A lot of that success that Parrish had last week, you might be playing without 2 key members of your back end of your defense. Now you're starting to see guys come back. How important is that? Very.
Getting Ridge Casanova back is awesome. He's one of our team captains, one of our leaders, and he had a foot injury early in the season that kept him out. So he's been cleared. He's practicing, and he's going to help us because he's an energizer bunny out there. I mean, he can run. He's really the heartbeat of our team. I mean, he's the enforcer in the locker rooms, not taking care of. He's making guys do hustle courses, taking care of. He's taking care of the locker room, being a great leader. So getting him back on the field is going to be big for us. So yeah, I'm excited to get. Anytime you get somebody back, it helps your team. And getting Tobias back is obviously going to help us from the corner position. And those guys have done a great job. They've been in there, and they'll still continue to rotate, and we'll get guys in and out. But it helps us in terms of depth, and I think that's important.
Coach, I know you've been scuffling a little bit health-wise. I hope you're ready to go, and, man, best of luck tonight.
Hey, we're ready to go. We're fired up. Can't wait to take the field. Anytime you get to play at home in front of your home crowd is great. So I know our kids are excited and look forward to showing those guys a great game and really just honoring God doing it. So I'm proud of our guys, ready to roll. Yeah, there's no excuses here.
Thanks, Tommy.
Take care. God bless. Go Lions.
That is head coach Donn Yantis. The Donn Yantis Show brought to you, of course, by Paris Baguette. Remember, go in and say Prestonwood. Get 10% off your order right across from the school, a proud sponsor of PCA football. We'll take time out here. When we return, we'll get to the starting lineups and get you headed toward this one. It is Prestonwood against Trinity Christian Addison, and we'll have more right after this timeout.
With fast signs, see the visual possibility in your business. See it in lights and flags, on a van, in metal, on the floor, in color. With signs and graphics, you can say anything, do anything, be anything. So make your statement. With Fast Signs, your masterful team of visual marketing experts, anything is possible. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Are you injured or in pain and not sure what to do? Schedule a complimentary injury screening and talk to our physical therapists at Vista PT to see if physical therapy is right for you. No prescription or referral is needed.
They say few things stand the test of time. Because to stand among, and to stand with, to stand in, and to stand firm, comes down to what you stand for. So we are workers unashamed of the truth, and leaders led by our Creator. We are servants with an eternal perspective. In heart, in mind, in action. We believe that reaching higher starts by going deeper, and that longevity isn't achieved alone. We believe that reverence for God is the foundation of wisdom, that champions out there are established in here. It strengthens how we lead, how we invest, how we serve, and how we love. Because that which stands the test of time has a foundation that cannot be moved. Prestonwood Christian Academy. Established for life.
The following is an exclusive sports presentation
of Metro Sports Communications. This is Prestonwood Christian Academy football. Lions football is brought to you by Andrews Institute at Children's Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, Aquaterra Outdoors, Chick-fil-A at Park Boulevard and Plano Parkway, Global Strategic, Cowboys Fit, Fast Signs Carrollton, C3Auto.com, Comfort Maker Air Conditioning and Heating, Incentive Brands, Levi's Locker, Milestone Electric, Sky Ranch, and Vista Physical Therapy. Now, it's time for kickoff on PCA Lions football.
Well, the captains are meeting at midfield. The Lions set to come out of the inflatable down on the far northeast corner of the stadium. As we're moments away from opening kickoff, we hope you enjoyed our pregame countdown to kickoff, brought to you by Andrews Institute, Children's Health, Chuck Kelly, David Stoltzman, again missing Donovan Lewis this week. It's like a part of my arm is not attached, David, but I know you can do yeoman's work and fill in those mighty shoes.
I thought Donnie was going to be coming live to us from Louisiana, but it's okay.
Well, we'll see. Well, let's talk a little bit about this TC Addison team. We didn't really get to that in the game. A question mark at quarterback with this team that so far has averaged only 265 yards a game. They are a work in progress. They're building, and it's either going to be a sophomore by the name of Davis Crumrine or a junior by the name of Robbie Friedrich, who comes in to take the snaps because Hunter Flatt, their captain, who's been a quarterback most of the year, at 867 yards and 12 touchdowns, a big 6'4" senior, injured. It's a shoulder issue, and from what we're told, it's not going to be able to go tonight, so it's going to be one of the other guys. So it's kind of a tough way to start against a very good Lion defense as they take the field.
Most certainly. The Flat started out hot. He's pure pocket passer, 6'4", statuesque, 12 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 63% completion on the year. But yeah, insert QB2 Crumrine, and he himself has been battling through injuries, but he was almost a game time decision. It looks like he'll get the nod today. Dual threat guy, real good moxie. Still makes young player decisions at times, only a sophomore, but Robbie Friedrich, the equal opposite, 6'4", 230, as opposed to Crumrine, 6', 180, and Friedrich, he was a Prestonwood kid. He's been the backup and now plays defensive end. Be moving on to quarterback.
Well, we've got the pregame prayer upcoming and the national anthem. So as we have tuned in here, and of course all the celebration of the game that was played here last time with homecoming, it's a little bit different this evening. There's something going on around town. I'm not sure what it is, but we've got a few less folks in the stands, but that means a bigger audience for us, and that is cool. Happy to have whoever is tuning in. So again, we'll have this momentarily, and moments away from getting it started, but we get our timing clock down here. They're talking about the America 250, and we'll visit more about that. That's a really big deal that is part of the PCA program and part of the football program that's they've been working with all year long. So now we'll have our opportunity here to join our public address. Let's tune in.
Baptist Church Student Ministry, and join us in the singing of our national anthem, led by senior Blake Durham.
Please bow your head with me. Lord Jesus, thank you for this day. Thank you for the PCA Lions and the TCA Trojans and everyone here tonight. Jesus, we're grateful for the gift of football and the chance to play with purpose. Keep every player safe tonight, Jesus, and help us compete with integrity, and remind us that our true victory is found in you. Be glorified in every play, every cheer, and every heart here tonight. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the
bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well done. A very nice, crisp national anthem as you see the beautiful sunset over on the western horizon over the far side here at PCA as we near the start of tonight's game. Time to check our game time weather conditions. 63 degrees here in Plano, and it's going to be getting a little bit chillier as we head toward the latter stages of the ball game. Of course, it's been kind of in a 70-ish range for the last couple of days. May get up around 80 next week, but we're enjoying while we can this beautiful fall-like weather, and there's plenty more of that to come. As far as the wind right now, it's at about 5 to 10 miles an hour, and it's not going to be a huge factor here in the ball game, but it's coming out of the southeast. That'll be blowing from left to right as you look at it, and for PCA, they'll be going into that light breeze as they will get the opening kickoff to get ready and start this one. So, sit back and enjoy week number 8 on the schedule. Remember, there was one bye weekend there for the Lions, and they will try to, again, get back into the win column after that heartbreaking loss last week over at Parrish, and they'll get it started here as the two deep men to return, Luke Lineberger and Junior Niffen, standing back deep in the Prestonwood end as the kickoff going to be fielded with a fair catch. Actually went out of bounds, beg your pardon. So it will be first down and 10 for PCA early on, and it'll be a 1st and 10 for the Lions. Let's give you their offense. For the PCA offense, it's going to be Luke Glass, senior quarterback, who comes in with 1,979 yards, so he needs 21 yards to cross the 2,000-yard mark for the second consecutive season. Junior Niffen will be his leading receiver. The 5'11 senior has 778 yards and 8 touchdowns on the year. He'll be joined by Gio Darisaw. Had a huge game last week against Parrish with the 3 touchdowns, 14 catches, 209 yards, and a touchdown. As the Lions get to the line of scrimmage, read the rest of the offense as we have a moment. First snap from the 30-yard line. Going to be a handoff. Taylor comes left side, and he's immediately swung down by the strong safety Walker Zolfo, the sophomore, who came in and dropped him for a gain of about a yard on the play. Now they're going to go right back in this turbo offense from the 31-yard line, looking at 2nd down and 9 yards to go. Here's the snap to Glass, handoff again, Taylor. He'll burst out across the 35, get out to the 37-yard line before Cap McKelvey, the junior weak safety, makes the tackle for TC Addison. That's a gain of about 7 or 8 on the play as they come right back to the line from the 38-yard line, and Glass is going to throw near side. Pass caught. Tyler Shaw spins away from a defender at the 45. He's got the first down out to the Prestonwood 47.5-yard line as Jude Trinity, the sophomore, at the boundary corner, made the stop for TCA. And again, the Lions stay in that high-paced offense. Right back they go. Another snap. Glass puts it in the belly of the running back, Taylor, and he will be met at the line of scrimmage. Gets maybe a yard. Zolfo again on the tackle. So, David, they're keeping the foot on the gas here early.
And I see 3 tackles already for Zolfo. He was one of the shining stars that Coach Haverty talked to us about. Really kind of a linebacker hybrid type, playing safety, sophomore cornerstone piece for them. Looks like Glass is going deep.
Yep, he's going to air it out. He's looking downfield for his receiver. A little contact, and a flag is thrown at the 10-yard line as Tyler Shaw was the intended receiver, but Jude Trinity was the one that made a little bit of contact, and the side judge there threw the flag. And that'll give us an excellent opportunity right here as they'll sort this out and have the announcement coming right here.
Number 10, defense, 15-yard penalty, first down.
Let's quickly meet the officials for tonight's game out of the Dallas chapter.
Tony Benson, ref, Rockwall.
Mike Clark, head linesman, Dallas.
Corey Smith, line judge, Rockwall.
Charles Faulkner, umpire, Crandall.
James Gant, Jr., side judge, Mesquite.
Brian White, field judge, Frisco.
Preston Thomas, Jr., back judge, Rockwall.
After the 15-yard mark-off, it's down to the 38-yard line. Glass takes the snap, hands it off, running play, big room. Inside the 30 goes Taylor, and it'll get down around the 20, and it'll be close for another first down. Brewer and Trinity on the tackle, but another burst up the middle, and back to the line of scrimmage go the Lions. Glass with the snap, hands it again. Taylor bounces it out this time, gets to the 20, to the boundary, 15, still churning, and it'll be bumped out at that point. That's going to be another gain of 13. Trinity again on the tackle.
Looks like Glass might be calling the play at the line of scrimmage, just like he did at first down. They like to go hurry up. The sticks are barely even set. Right back to the pistol.
Here's the snap. Again, it's Taylor. Again, running room inside the 20 to the 10. Touchdown. PCA. And an early scoring play, only a minute and 28 seconds into the ball game, puts the Lions on top. It's 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, just how they drew it up, Chuck. It's just get the first down, hurry up, run the ball, run the ball, run the ball behind the mountain range there. Bengard, Kozlowski, Schleff, Smith, Hillhouse, who we heard pregame, outstanding young man. And I just love how the feet just keep turning for William Taylor, but really nice job by Coach Yantis. A couple times I saw him there slow. Luke last down, let him call the play at the line of scrimmage, make sure he checks with the sideline, and right to it. Just, they worked a lot all week on cleaning up what they had, messed up in the Parish game, and now you really do see that, that is about as crisp as they've looked all year, and TCA did come out, and they're making tackles. They were getting guys down, but it just wasn't enough.
Trent Clark said he's missed only one PAT all year, trying to make it a 7-point lead, and he does so as he splits the upright. So again, 10 minutes and 32 seconds to go in the opening quarter, and PCA on top by a score of 7-0 over Trinity Christian Addison. Well, that offensive line that David kind of gave you the quick introduction, but we have time now. The left tackle, Abram Bengard. The left guard, Caleb Kozlowski. Two big fellas on that side. 6'4", 6'6", and 6'5" between the two of them. The sophomore Bengard and the senior Kozlowski. The center, Brock Schleff. Heading to the Air Force Academy, 6'2", 285 pounds, and a senior. The right guard, a returning starter, Kanan Smith, 6'2", 295, and a junior. The right tackle, Colt Hillhouse, who you heard on the pregame, 6'2", 275, and a senior. And, of course, we mentioned the receiving core with Junior Niffen and Gio Darisaw. Tyler Shaw will also see time there. We'll see Luke Lineberger as well. And, of course, Glass at the quarterback position with Taylor and Bixler in the backfield. So when they go into that hurry-up offense, David, you really don't get a chance to introduce them, and I don't want to shortchange these guys. So there you go. Now you know who just did that damage on a very crisp scoring drive.
I love the confidence, and you can tell. You can look down on the sideline right now. The offensive line huddled around the coaches, and Coach Yantis is just checking with his guys. But, man, I love what I just saw. You have to if you're a Lions fan. That hurry-up offense puts so much pressure on a defense, especially a defense like this TCA team.
Here's the kickoff. Going to come down to the 10-yard line, taken there by Trinity. Comes back to the 20, has a seam to the 30, to the 40, and he is going to finally be swung rudely to the turf just across the 50-yard line, and it's going to be into PCA territory as Joe Palmer was the one that finally made the tackle. 42-yard return and a first down for TC Addison at that point.
One thing Coach Yantis said he wanted to clean up for obvious reasons was staying in your lane on kickoff. We don't talk about special teams really enough on any broadcast. It's the forgotten third part of the game, but right there you just saw just a little bit outside, and if it wasn't for Joe Palmer, who is the special teams ace, making that tackle, that play still might be going.
So great field position for the Trojans going from south to north as they will send Zolfo out of the backfield and set up a screen, and it's caught beyond midfield, and down to the 46-yard line goes the receiver Campbell Leibel, who entered the game with 27 receptions out of the backfield. That is second on the team as Eddie Brownstein made that stop for the Lions.
PCA going split backs here and just trying their best. They got a really thin offensive line, so they got to get something going.
Here's the snap to Crumrine, hands off to Leibel, and he will go up the gut, and he gets a nice gain to the 40-yard line, pick up about 6 on the play. Josh Bengard from his linebacker position making the stop for the Lions.
Don't let TCA's record fool you. This is a team that I said earlier, they pack a punch. this is a game that they're going to look at as their Super Bowl, and why wouldn't they? Prestonwood is certainly one of the benchmark programs here in TAPS.
Two-back set, and they hand it on 3rd and 2, and they'll get the first down. It's barreling down to the 35-yard line goes Campbell Liable, again 431 yards and 7 touchdowns coming into the game. Brownstein again on the stop for the Lions. Let's give you the PCA defense. Gabe Tyree and Brownstein are the ends. Jaden Morris, the transfer from Hillcrest at the nose tackle position. Josh Bingard and A.J. Morial are the linebackers on this opening drive. Ty Gilding also in there. He's been a busy fellow all year long. Quarterbacks Luke Lineberger and Tobias Jensen. Good to see him back in the lineup. Braden Bixler and Tyler Shaw at the safeties. First down and 10. Here is a handoff again, and it's going to be Liable, who will get about a yard down to the 34. Give him 2 to the... Yeah, that's where we'll put him down at the 34 is Jaden Morris. Made the tackle from that nose tackle spot. David talked with head coach Trey Haverty, and he said they're going to play a very deliberate game. They're going to try to milk the clock and keep the possessions for PCA at a minimum.
I think they're going to, especially with the powerhouse PCA offense we just saw in that last drive. Why wouldn't you, if your coach Haverty, just take the air out of the game a little bit? And they're even scrunching it down. They're running bunch right here, staying in split backs. Ball snap, goes swing pass out there. Looks like it's a Liable.
Flat, and it's going to be caught by Liable, and he's going to get from the 35 down to the 30 and down to the 27-yard line as Tyler Shaw was the one that makes the tackle. It's a gain of 7 yards. They're going to be just short of the first down, so it's going to be 3rd down and 1 as we have a stoppage at 8:18 to go here in the first quarter. PC up 7-0, and a quick snap and a handoff goes to Liable, and he will get the first down as he will charge down to the 20-yard line as the tackle was made there by Ian Newnenkamp, the sophomore, in from his rush linebacker position.
And this PCA defense, their front seven has been the strength, but right now the Trojans are going right at that strength, really trying to make a statement that this is going to be a long game if we have anything to say about it. And if I'm the linebacking core especially, you just got to play your gaps. It's 2 backs. You have to make sure you play your responsibilities first and run.
Snap to the quarterback, Crum Ryan. Another handoff to Liable, and he's got nice room inside the 15 to the 10 and all the way down to the 8-yard line. Give him 12 yards on the play. Ridge Casanova. Boy, how good does it feel to say his name in for the safety position with help from Braden Bixler on that tackle.
Absolutely, but now Casanova has got his back to the end zone, and he's going to be the extra guy in the box with this split back system.
First down and goal from the 7, and they'll try Zolfo, the sophomore, who will burrow his way down to the 5-yard line. Give him a couple of yards on the play. Newnenkamp in on the stop again for the Lions.
And Zolfo starts on defense. They've been working him in at running back. So far, so good. He's good size guy, 6 foot, 215. That's really good size for a sophomore. And he's usually been the blocking back, it seems, so far in this split back set. They haven't gotten out of it, Chuck. They've stayed with that split back. Looks like it's working for the Trojans.
Morial also in on the last stop. Start a man in motion on 2nd and goal from the 5, and they're going to flip it out in the flat, but it's going to be a great defensive play that drops Liable for a loss, and it's A.J. Morial, who came in for a loss of 5 on the play, the All-State linebacker last year, with a spectacular play, and they'll drop him back well away from the goal line, and a 3rd down coming.
That was an all-state play. They send the running back in motion to mess with the linebacker's eyes, but not that time. Morial plays a fantastic man coverage. He knows he's got swing on the back to the field. He ends up firing his gun, making the play, getting him down. And man, it's just really nice to see good linebacking play, Chuck.
So 3rd down and goal from the 10. They're going to load and throw for the end zone. They've got a man reaching up and making the catch is Chase Griffin for the touchdown. The captain who led the team in receptions with 35 coming into the game hauls that one in. Shaw was back in the coverage, but Griffin, the big fella at 6'2", able to haul it in. It's 9 yards and a touchdown for TC Addison, and they now have a chance to tie this one up.
And Chase Griffin, he's got elite ball skills, and the 6'2" frame, he's the guy for that Trojans offense, one of the few guys that's just avoided injury. And if we reviewed it, he might have bobbled that catch, but they ruled it a catch on the field. It is a touchdown.
PAT is up and good from Drew Pearl, who is now 21 of 22 on the year. So Pearl makes it an even game. 6:19 to go in the opening quarter. We'll take our first in-game timeout here. It is Prestonwood 7 and Trinity Christian Addison 7. More Lion football after this timeout.
At Prestonwood, we believe in the power of promise and the hope of new beginnings. When you're looking for a brand new start, we'll connect you back into life again. Join us. Let's move out of the past and into a bright future together. For more information, visit prestonwood.org.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights.
Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
7-7 ball game as Lowell Summy has the ball teed up at his 40-yard line, puts the right foot into it, and he will boot it down into PCA territory, gathered there by Junior Niffin, and he'll bring it back out across the 15 to the 20, sheds a tackler, comes to the left sideline with room 30, out to the 40, still churning now in midfield, and finally bumped out of bounds just short of that point at the 48-yard line, so it's a 46-yard kickoff return by Junior Niffin, as it was Ryan Janisek, the Sam linebacker, who's in on the coverage team, that made the stop for the Trojans. So we've seen a couple of good kickoff returns set up each team in great field position as the Lions are going to start 52 yards away after DC Addison drove down and scored that touchdown, a 10-play, 48-yard drive that took 4 minutes and 5 seconds. And the Lions start again for their own 48. Two receivers to the right, handoff. No, it's a play fake. Throw it over the middle, and it's incomplete off the mitts of the intended receiver. It was Gio Darasaw who's trying to haul it in at the 40. I think, David, maybe that pass was just too easy after the incredible catches that he made last week, and he had to go up and moss his opponent from Parrish.
And really good coverage that time by Jacobucci. But, yeah, it was just a 10-yard in route, and I think it was just, again, like you said, a little too easy.
2nd and 8 from the 48. Rolling to his left with the football, it's Glass. He eludes one tackle, and he gets to the sideline. He goes out of bounds down around the 36-yard line as Josh Hammonds is the one that ushered him out, but a gain of 16. And last week against Parrish, believe it or not, Luke Glass actually carried 5 times for 51 yards.
Not a guy familiar with a positive rushing total.
Here's a handoff that goes to Taylor, and he will turn inside the 30, make it inside the 29 is where he's going to be spotted down there. A gain of about 7 yards as the tackle made by Zolfo, the strong safety.
And TCA will base out of a 4 down, but this time they're going 3 down. It seems to be working for him.
Handoff again. Taylor this time will be pulled down at the 25. So it's a short gain on the play, but it's good for the first down as he needed a couple and he got 3 as Hammond again on the tackle.
And it looks like they might go back to that patented Donn Yantis hurry up after the first down.
From the 25-yard line, fake the handoff, try to dump it off, but they were just so close to each other. It's almost like he could have reached out and handed it to A.J. Morial rather than tried to throw it to him.
One of those timing plays that just got out of timing sync. And I, I'm not here to criticize, but that is a strange play on first down.
Here's a handoff that goes to Taylor, and he will find a seam, comes to the 15, now to the 10, gets down the sideline, and finally knocked out of bounds all the way down to the 6 by Cap McKelvey, the junior weak safety, but a simple handoff goes for 19 yards for William Taylor.
Leave it to William Taylor. He's such a patient runner. This time they go formation into the boundary, Chuck.
From the 6-yard line, give it to him again. Why not? This time he'll find a whole lot of opponent traffic, but he does get down to the 2, so that's a gain of 4 on the play as it was Shafe Muccio who made the tackle for TC Addison, but now the Lions come right back to the line of scrimmage trying to regain that lead. Snap it to Glass, handoff, Taylor, he dives close to the goal line and he's just short.
Man, that was an outstanding play, and it looks like it was by Zolfo coming down from his safety spot. I thought that was going to be a walk-in touchdown by Taylor. He still might get it here. Actually, Bixler's now in the game. But, man, that was an outstanding play.
So goal to go from about the foot line. They're going to hand it to Bixler. Huge hole, and he will saunter into the end zone. And for the second time in the ball game, they punch in 6 points, and the Lions reclaim the lead. It's now 13-7.
Deja vu all over again, it seems. Having that running game and having that offensive line like PCA does is so phenomenal. I mean, they had a kind of a weird play with that try to dump off to Moriel. If he gets the ball, he's probably going to pick up big yardage, but it's just so nice to have a luxury of those two good backs in Taylor and Bixler. Taylor's the one that gets him down there, and Bixler's the one that punches it in. Good to see both of them rolling already.
So here's the PAT from Trent Clarkson, and he tacks on the extra point, and we've got timeout on the field. We'll hold it here with 4:29 to go in the first half. 14-7 PCA on top. That was a 9-play, 52-yard drive that took 1 minute and 50 seconds. So right down the field they go, and the Lions with back-to-back scoring drives, and a nice start for this game offensively. So a lot of people making these broadcasts possible, and we want to start passing out some thanks because we want to actually welcome a brand new sponsor, and that is Texas Tiny Teeth Pediatric Dentistry. That's led by Dr. James Slaughter, who has decided to become a part of the Lion family on our broadcast, and we certainly appreciate what Dr. Slaughter and his group is doing. So again, we welcome our newest sponsor. It's Texas Tiny Teeth Pediatric Dentistry. That means that's not for you, Dave. You can't go in there and get your teeth cleaned. But
I beg to differ.
They are certainly supporting the PCA family and all the student athletes during this season. Well, yeah, you're not that far away. You'll be looking for a pediatric dentist. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
It's right around the corner, man.
We're getting close. I'd be kind of weird if that baby was born with teeth, but we'll see what we get. Take what the Lord gives us.
I'll tell you all the story. It will erupt within the first year, that first tooth, and that's when you need to go see the doctor and see if he can get you straightened out. Okay, so from the 40-yard line, again, back-to-back scoring drives for PCA, and we've seen 3 possessions and 3 touchdowns between the two teams.
I have a feeling the defense is going to step up this time, Chuck. That's probably a first drive that had a mix of plays I hadn't seen.
Clarkson's kick hits down around the 22-yard line. It's gathered up there by Jude Tredenick, and he will get a short return before he's knocked down. Let's see where they eventually spot it, as it was Lineberger on the tackle. But the 31-yard line is going to put it down. It almost looked like right there, watch a lot of NFL games. You need to get into that. It's kind of fun, by the way. I watch a lot of NFL. It's like he kicked it into the landing zone. That's where he wanted to put it.
He could have put that into a Home Depot bucket the way that he did. It was a perfect kick. Those are so dangerous because, it's an oval, for heaven's sake, it's hard to put it somewhere, but whenever it just dies. If you love good football, especially special teams, that's a lot of fun.
So here is TC Addison coming back out. 1st and 10 from its own 31-yard line. The Trojans have to be feeling pretty good about that opening drive and see if they can get back to work. Now the Pettijohn boys are back in defensively. They missed that opening series, but they'll be in here in the second at those linebacker spots, as here is the first pass that's caught by Chase Griffin on first down out to the 38-yard line. Got to be a gain of about 7 on the play. A.J. Morial and Tobias Jensen on the tackle for Prestonwood.
Tobias Jensen, another young man that they're thrilled to have back that boundary side corner.
2nd down, call it 3. Snap it to Crumrine. Quick pass, caught with room. Here's Griffin. Skips between a couple of defenders. Get out near the 50. The ball popped free. Did they rule him down? The Lions say we got it,
I'm
but
not
I
sure.
believe the head linesman said, no, I don't think we do.
Okay.
The ball was down. They said, go ahead and move it. It's a first down. Pickup of 12.
And if I'm the Lions and you're Coach Gabe Elisario, the defensive coordinator, you're telling anyone who can find number 8. Griffin is the young man that they're going to try to get the ball to at all costs in the passing game. It's just a thin wide receiver room. It's thin across the board for TCA, but, man, if number 8's out there, just find him and go where he's going.
Here's the handoff on first down to Walker Zoffo, and the sophomore will have only a couple of yards as he does cross the midfield stride into PCA territory down around the 48-yard line before the tackle made there by Ridge Casanova. Second time we've called his name, Cam Pettijohn. Had a good game last week against Parrish, also in from his Mike linebacker spot.
Casanova, they're trying to play him back into football shape. He's certainly got his football mind. We know that.
2nd down and 8. Here's a load. Crumrine going to throw deep down the right side, and there's a flag down. It's going to be pass interference, I do believe, as Griffin, as expected. It's going to be an intended receiver, Jensen, with one of his teammates back there on the coverage. And I think they're going to have the 15 yards going against PCA. We'll hear from Tony Benson here in just a minute. Bixler was also back there, but there was contact and sorting things out down on the field. And now we will get our announcement.
Got pass interference. Defense number 15. 15-yard penalty. First down.
One of those plays where you see a lot of hand fighting go either way, but I feel like five times out of 6, it's going to be pass interference on the defense. But hey, I love it. I love seeing at least Tobias Jensen's out there. He's competing and he's getting himself back right. His hands full.
1st down and 10 from the 33-yard line. Crumrine with a snap. Heavy pressure as he dumps it out near the left sideline. It is caught inside the 30, down at the 28-yard line by Ben Brewer, the sophomore who comes up with it. Casanova there, and also ridden out of bounds.
Number 9.
By Kyler Pettijohn. Also a marker down on the play.
Not quite sure if it's is it a roughing the passer maybe, or I'm not sure. I couldn't quite see.
Okay, it was Pettijohn, our spotter Kalen Kelly, was pointing out he was the one that made the contact on the quarterback, so we might have had a little extracurricular there, and we'll see how they sort it out as they still holding the ball. I guess they'll look at the far sideline to ask what Trinity Christian wants to do.
A little bit of a conference now. Trey Haverty comes over to get his 2 cents. Really not sure, but if you're the Lions defense, I would feel like enough's enough.
Roughing the passer on the defense, number 9. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Beg your pardon, he called 9. That's Morial, not 8 Pettijohn. So it is 15 yards. It'll go against the Lions, and another costly penalty. And these are some of the things that we talked about with Donn Yantis, David, that they need to start wiping off the chart. Some of these penalties, some of these turnovers, because you can't be doing that once you get into the postseason.
Well, and now's the time. This is it. A couple of games left the regular season. This is where those get cleaned up. You're done with teaching tape, and if you're the defense, quite frankly, I think you're a little frustrated right now.
From the 18-yard line, quick play fake, pass toward the end zone, pass is caught, touchdown! Guess who? Chase Griffin hauls that one in, 18 yards to the score, and just like that, TC Addison on the board. It's 14-13 Lions.
And nothing really to it, gentlemen. It's just a matter of running a skinny post against a cover 3, and Casanova just couldn't get over there in time. At that point, it's just geometry.
Well, there's an injured Trojan on the field. Never like to see that as they're going to bring the staff out to take a look. He was originally face down, but now he's flipped over on his back. So, again, they'll have a pause in the action as they take a look at the injured player. A chance to tell you tonight's game brought to you by the Andrews Institute of Children's Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine, a proud sponsor of PCA football all season long. Thanks also to Aquaterra Outdoors. If you're looking to make your home a little bit better on the outside, Aquaterra can help you. Also, Global Strategic, which brings you our post-game show. We'll have interviews from down on the field, highlights, and more after it's over. All of that brought to you by Global Strategic. And it's Brandon Langford, the right tackle, who also is a backup defender on the defensive side, who is shaken up, and he is going to walk off under his own power to the far sideline, and we'll see who they bring in for him at that tackle position, because if there's one thing, David, that TC Addison does not have, it's depth.
No, and not only that, Chuck, they have 5 linemen. there are no backups. You might see somebody with an 80 number or a eligible number coming in at tackle, and I'm not being funny. I just think that's where they are at this point in the season, already coming in very thin, rebuilding program, but already thin, and offensive line they couldn't waste.
Well, we'll see next time they come out offensively if Langford turns out to be just fine. PAT up and good by Drew Perrell, and that will take us to break with 2:53 to go in quarter number 1. We're all tied up once again. It's Prestonwood 14, TC Addison 14. More Lion football continues after this timeout.
Make your dream outdoor space a reality with Aquaterra Outdoors. From full-service design to construction for landscaping, pools, and outdoor structures, we offer everything you need for your ideal outdoor environment. With years of experience and a commitment to excellence. Aquaterra Outdoors, elevating outdoor living to the next level. Contact us today at 214-387-8333 or visit our website aquaterraoutdoors.com and start your journey to the ultimate outdoor experience.
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is and always will be how we help people.
Here's the kickoff. Lions about to get the football, taking it to the 28-yard line and over on the right boundary, back up across the 30 to the 35, and out near the 37-yard line was the return man, and that was Joe Palmer. There's a special teams play, either offensively or defensively. You can almost count on Joe Palmer touching the football, David.
You don't need a spotter board or really even be looking at the field to know that Joe Palmer is probably 3 out of 4 special teams plays for the Lions.
And he's been a big force for the team there on, again, either side. Let's get a scoring drive. 4 plays, 69 yards, took 1 minute and 31 seconds to march down the field, and another strike. Crumrine to his favorite receiver, Griffin. And now we're even at 14 as he'll start from the 38-yard line. A little inside pitch pass comes to Niffen, trying to turn the corner to the left sideline. He'll get out beyond the 45 to the 49. It'll be a gain of about 11 yards on the play before Hudson Ingram, the right end, makes the tackle. Ingram at an end along with Shafe Muccio. The inside guys, Aiden Coppage and Caden Daniels, captain, junior captain, in fact, on this team, as they are going to fake the handoff and dump it out. This is Morial, big running room down the boundary, 30-25, and he's bumped out of bounds with another hefty gain all the way down around the 22. That's 29 yards on a little dump off from Glass to Morial, and Abusi finally got him across the sideline.
And that time executed perfectly. They ran to the opposite side to Luke Glass's right. That just seemed to go a whole lot better. And it was because of the running beforehand. It was a little play action. Go behind the line of scrimmage for Morial, gets open in space, and if it beats one guy, it's a stand-up touchdown.
Well, they get a whistle before the snap, and it's going to be a timeout called by PCA, and we'll keep it here. A 14-14 ball game. 2.5 minutes to go here in quarter number 1. A chance to tell you that Lion football is brought to you by Cowboys Fit. It's a great place to take care of your body's health. Cowboys Fit, a proud sponsor of Lion football. Also, Fast Signs in Carrollton, C3Auto.com. Comfort Maker, air conditioning and heating, Incentive Brands, and Milestone Electric. Just some of the proud partners that bring you Lion football all year long. We've got a special guest interview coming up at the half. Be sure you stick around for that because, you know, tomorrow is November. Now, just kind of putting 1 + 1 together, coming up with 2. That means the spring sports are just around the corner. So what spring sport at Prestonwood could we possibly be talking about? Because you remember we talked hoops last week with Coach Clarkson. But, yeah, there's a beautiful field sitting right behind us. That's your tip-off. So be sure you stick around because one of the great guys in this PCA hierarchy is going to be joining us at the intermission. On first down and 10, out of the timeout, they're going to hand off to Braden Bixler, and he will pinball his way down inside the 20, near the 16-yard line, as it was Bo Sykes, the backup linebacker, along with Ben Brewer, combining on that tackle.
Interesting turn of events here. It's been the defense that's been the glue for these Lions of late, and now it's the offense's turn to be that glue and go and capitalize.
Here's another handoff, running play Bixler. He will get down near the 10-yard line as they're just biting off huge chunks of yardage. That's going to be a gain of 11 on the play and good for the first down. And it looks like one of the Lions are down. And we'll see who it is. It might be Bixler, as a matter of fact.
Uh-oh.
At the end of the play, I thought I saw his legs get chopped out from underneath him, but training staff's going to go out and take a look at him and make sure that everything's A-OK.
Well, and that's just Bixler. He's going to sacrifice his body every chance he can get. He had a couple of, little dents in the hood last week. He had to come out. I think it was more cramp related. This looks like he's up on his own power, but looks like he's holding his upper body, maybe an arm or a wrist or a hand.
And again, he's to his feet and walking off to the near side, pretty much under his own power. A reminder, next week we'll have the regular season finale right here at PCA as the Lions take on St. Thomas Catholic. We'll be on the air at 6 o'clock for our Lions countdown to kickoff. And then, of course, get it started at 7 under the lights. First time on the season you show up and the lights are on when you walk into the stadium as we say goodbye to saving time and move to standard.
First down and 10.
Then it becomes official football and playoff time of year.
Right around the corner.
So after the injury, ready to go back to work with the Lions. It's first down and 10 yards to go from just outside the 10-yard line. Glass is going to throw toward the end zone, caught on the post of Gio Darasaw. Well, they are just becoming like peas and carrots, these two. That is a nice gain of 10, 11 yards on the touchdown and the fourth TD strike between these two in the last 2 weeks.
And pick up right where they left off. Darasaw is really becoming a go-to receiver, just a backside glance route, 2-3 steps, and then sort of a skinny post type of route. He's 3 steps ahead of the covering corner and stand-up touchdown. Really nice ball by Glass, putting it right where his guy was in stride. It was just a thing of beauty.
So here is Clarkson on again to try his third PAT of the night. A little decent burst from the right side, but the kick is up and good. And we've got another timeout. And we'll break with them. 1:47 to go in the first quarter. It's now 21-14. Prestonwood on top, and Lion football continues after these messages.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights.
Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
With friendly and knowledgeable dealers who install long-lasting and reliable systems, you can trust Comfort Maker to keep you a step ahead with advanced technology and exceptional comfort.
Storm damage? Don't wait until it's too late. At Up to Date Roofing, we bring top-quality craftsmanship, honest pricing, and fast service to protect what matters most, your home. From repairs to full replacements, we keep your roof and your home up to date. Call us today and stay covered, rain or shine. Up to Date Roofing, keeping you covered no matter the weather.
Well, the kickoff is going to come down to the 16-yard line where Jude Tredinick has it, and he'll bring it back out across the numbers to the 30 and out near the 35-yard line for, guess who? Joe Palmer.
Is he wearing
the
twos?
tackle. They might as well just, get rid of the other 10 because you're sure that Double Deuce is going to be the one making the tackle.
Absolutely. It makes my heart happy being a former special teams guy myself. You appreciate that. You appreciate a guy who's got a nose for the football and just loves running down on kickoff, and he's returning kicks already today. And man, can't say enough about Joe Palmer. That young man's on fire.
Scoring drive for Prestonwood, 5 plays, 62 yards, took just 62 seconds to punch it in. And 21-14, the Lions on top. And now let's see if this defense can go to work as they've been pushed around the first 2 times. Caden Daniels, by the way, will move now from his left guard spot over to that vacated right tackle position as Brandon Langford is not in the game now as a swing pass on first down, and it's caught out of the backfield with room. Up the left side goes Liable, and he will get out beyond the 40 to the 45 and out to the 46-yard line, a gain of about 11 yards on the play.
A.J. Morreale made that play last time. They run it there, and then nobody's home. Linebacker just gets caught up in the mix of that offensive line, and looks like 59 is right back out there. this time at right tackle. That's going to be Caden Daniels. They're playing the musical chairs there on the offensive line.
First down and 10. Here is the handoff going to Zolfo, and he will go straight ahead for a couple of yards out to the 48-yard line. And again, the strategy of this major underdog Trojan team, they want to let that clock run every time that they're out there. They don't want any 1-minute drives or 1-minute 3-and-outs or things like that. They want to march against this formidable Lion team, and this defense so far has bent quite a bit here in the first quarter. See if they can bring it together.
And if you're on the Lion defense, you can already tell that TCA isn't scared of you. They're lining up. They're playing football. You know what they're going to run. They just keep doing it, staying ahead of the sticks.
Here is the handoff, and it goes to Zolfo, and he will get across the 50-yard line to the 48. That'll be a gain of about 4. Gabe Tyree, we heard from on the pregame show last week on the tackle. The fellow that's moved up front, or down front, I should say, in this defensive alignment after being a linebacker last year. Now, TC Addison comes to the line of scrimmage. They are 3 for 3 on third down conversion attempts, and they need 4 yards here from the 48. Start a man in motion. Here's the pressure, pass over the middle, in traffic. It's caught at the 40-yard line by Griffin. There were 4 Lions within about 3 yards of him. Bengard gets credit with a tackle with help from Cam Pettijohn, but a gain of 8 and a first down, David, to the 40.
Dangerous pass, but even better catch by Chase Griffin. Again, the guy, he's a captain. That time shows great body control, finding his way through the zone defense, and they're just doing the best they can. TCA is, but that's enough right now. And I think they've left this Lions defense perplexed going in the end of this first quarter.
5 catches, 55 yards so far already for Griffin as we hit the end of quarter number 1. So if you like offense, this is the place to be tonight. Where is everybody? They should be here watching football. No, they're enjoying our broadcast. Happy to have them and happy to have you with us as it's Prestonwood 21, TC Addison 14 at the end of a quarter, back for the second after this timeout.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Keone.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
With Fast Signs, see the visual possibility in your business. See it in lights and flags, on a van, in metal, on the floor, in color. With signs and graphics, you can say anything, do anything, be anything. So make your statement. With Fast Signs, your masterful team of visual marketing experts, anything is possible. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Well, pretty good game so far through 12 minutes, 21-14, Prestonwood on top, but TC Addison on its third march. And this Lion defense has been so good the previous few weeks, now being tested this evening as they're going to hand off on the first play of quarter number 2. And it's going to be Campbell Leibel, who will get down near the 36-yard line. And that's going to be a pickup of about 4 on the play, as it was Gabe Tyree leading the charge there for the Lions.
And played a game or two in my day on defense, and right now what you're seeing is this 3 down front that PCA bases out of, and the split back gun is giving them difficulty just with numbers. They're getting a hat on a hat with the linemen. This time they actually go away from it. They go a trips formation out to the quarterback's left, back to the trips.
Second down, about 6. Here's Crumrine trying to dump it off, and a big hit delivered there on Leibel, who caught the football, but coming in to bash him was Josh Bengard.
And and Bengard had what is a dream situation. That ball gets floated up there on a screen pass. He gets past the guy trying to come out to block him and fires his gun. And, man, you hate to see it, but he ran right through Leibel, and Leibel's down.
Yeah, they're taking a look at him, and this isn't necessarily good because he did take a monster shot right there. So that's definitely going to stop play here for a couple minutes to go out and take a look at him. A chance to tell you tonight's broadcast of PCA football made possible thanks to the generous support of corporate partners. And we recognize some of the top partners on the broadcast to help make this season a success, including the Andrews Institute, Children's Health, Paris Baguette, Global Strategic, and Aquaterra. Again, a few of the folks bring you the broadcast this evening. I believe earlier we needed to mention Sky Ranch, which is part of what we're doing right here tonight, and Levi's Locker. Of course, you've seen them throughout the broadcast as well. So if you are enjoying these play-by-play presentations from Metro Sports Communications, be sure that you patronize these sponsors, because they're the ones that make it possible all season long. And we will be carrying the broadcast through the playoffs, which begin, I guess, 2 weeks from tonight, as we'll find out if there is a game one of the playoffs. Now, we won't get into the weeds, but there is a possibility there could be a bye involved there, and leave that details to those at a higher pay grade. But again, the playoffs will start 2 weeks from tonight. Whether Preston will be playing, we'll see once we get there. But first things first, as the injured player helped off to the sidelines. Again, always good news to see the player at least being able to leave on his own 2 feet as Liable getting a little help, gets to the boundary, and now they'll go back to the 36-yard line. We're looking at a third down here. Third down, they need about 6. Early in quarter number 2, 21-14. Prestonwood on top. Here's the snap to Crumrine. Heavy pressure, hit, and he is dropped back at the 44-yard line. And that was Kyler Pettijohn, the senior transfer from McKinney, who came in and put the big hit on him. And that'll bring up a 4th down.
And I was curious to see how Liable going down was going to affect that offensive play call. They were really mixing very well with that split back gun, really putting this PCA defense on its heels. But that time have to go to just a traditional spread, 10 personnel, 1 running back, and it's playing right into PCA's hands. That's something they love to cover. They're used to it, and man, it's a really nice way to turn the ball back over to your offense.
Well, for the first time in the game, a punt, as Drew Perrell will drop it down into Prestonwood territory. And on the run, Junior Niffin saved it just outside the 10-yard line and will bring it all the way back out. They'll spot it beyond the 20, out near the 25, at the 26. And as you said, that was a heads-up play right there by Junior Niffin. Especially at the high school level, you see so many yards lost just by letting the ball hit on a punt and then roll, but he did the right thing.
And that's what Coach Yantis was working on, too. They spent a lot of time on special teams this week, just going over simple rules that are so easy to forget. NFL guys forget these rules sometimes, don't understand the ins and outs of special teams, but, man, it can be such a difference maker when you have a smart, heady play like Niffin just did, picking up the extra yardage and getting your offense its whole playbook back to start the drive.
So Prestonwood's offense heads back out at the 28-yard line. Start a man in motion, and they're going to hand it off to Taylor coming right, and he will get beyond the 30, out to the 35, even to the 36-yard line, as he will pick up about 8 yards on the play. Josh Hammonds was on the stop with some help from Chase Griffin.
Really nice job by Taylor. He is all A-OK with getting 7 yards a pop. It's almost how he's built his resume, and they're probably going to go right back to him. Why not? It's just leaning on this TCA defense that's already been wrought with injuries. They got Chase Griffin out there playing safety.
Call it a gain of 8 on first down, so 2nd and short. Loading Glass, goes deep, has a man, but he underthrew Darisaw. He was unable to fight off the coverage right there that was provided by Jack Abusi. If Glass put a little bit more air underneath that one, that would have been a walk-in touchdown, as Darisaw had beaten the Trojan defense.
No doubt, and Jack Abusi is who you're going to want to go to. He's been their field side corner. He's an undersized guy, but he gives gigantic effort. If that ball is thrown just a little bit further, and that's been Glass's thing with his receivers this year, is getting that touch in the deep ball. If he's there, it's touchdown, Chuck, just like you said.
3rd down and 2. They're going to throw it again. Go to the sideline, and it's caught right at the Lion side of the field of the 45-yard line, as it was Darisaw who hauled it in. Jude Tredinick on the tackle, but good to move the chains out to the 45. The Lions go right back to the line of scrimmage. Snap it to Glass. He's going to hand it to Taylor. He'll try the left side. He crosses the 50, gets inside the 48, down to the 47-yard line. So it's a gain of 8 yards on first down. A gain, again, that matches what they have put up on the year. PCA averaging about 7.5 yards every time they snap the football. Hammonds on that last tackle. Here is Glass, going to turn and dump it out, incomplete, as he was trying to find Morial. He had a defender running right there along with him, and that was Walker Zoffo, but that ball fell harmlessly to the turf. And it's going to bring up 3rd down and 2. The good news for the Lions, David, is they are perfect on 3rd down tries in the game. They're 3 of 3.
Hey, that's another point of emphasis. Last week, I don't even think they were 50%, Chuck, on 3rd down, and weeks before too, it was just kind of a burr in their side that they've been trying to get rid of and get better at. But now, looks like you might have a timeout on the TCA side. Seeing Trey Haverty.
Timeout. TCA.
And that is exactly what they're going to do. Stop the clock and talk about it here with 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in quarter number 2 and a 21-14 score. So this PCA team working into the next to last regular season game of the year here in 2025. So looking back, at the timeline of PCA and talking about, Prestonwood Plano, they opened their doors back in 1997. Now, if you're a whippersnapper like you, that wasn't that long ago. But for someone a little more, experienced, you say, like say myself,
seasoned,
yeah,
elder statesman.
Yeah, there it is. I'm like, good night. That was a while. So, anyway, 97 was when it opened, and Lions Stadium opened in 2003. So this is only the 23rd year, and this really providing the premier athletic facility. They can get over 5,000 folks here in to watch it. And of course, they have beautiful Graham Field, the baseball park right behind us, and such an amazing facility to play in here. And the fans loving what they see as they do the pitch pass to Niffen, trying the right side, and he gets knocked off his feet, and a nice tackle by Zoffo. That sophomore's got a little something, as it'll be good for the first down. He got a couple of yards, give him 3 actually, to the 44.
Well, that's all they needed, and Zolfo's one of those cornerstone pieces for TCA. That was one that Trey Haverty lit up when he was talking about him. He's that hybrid guy. They got him at low safety. He's really more of an inside linebacker, but man, he makes his presence known.
From the 44-yard line, here is Glass flushed out. Let's see if he runs. Yeah, he does. Tucks it inside the 40, inside the 30, all the way down to the 27-yard line. Zoffo on the tackle, but a nifty dash upfield. That one goes for 17 yards. Describe his running style, David.
Slow moving, but quick.
Right back to the line of scrimmage. Glass takes the snap, throws near side. It's caught. In space is Niffen, as he will get inside the 20, and he'll have another first down to the 15-yard line. But there's a marker back at the 31, as Brewer, the sophomore, was on that tackle for Trinity Christian. And now let's see what the flag's about, as I think Tony Benson's about to tell us.
Well, Hudson Ingram and Bengard have been going at it all day. I wonder if one of them got popped here.
Well, waiting on Mr. Benson to crack open his mic. And
methodical, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Spill the tea, as the kids say.
The kids. I used to
got to hold it on the offense. Give him 10 yards. What's that?
Well, one of the first harmful penalties for the Lions offense so far, and what is going to be a critical drive, 21-14 game, maybe a little bit surprised that the defense, which has been so fantastic, especially in the beginning of games, since we've been calling them, and now they're a little bit surprised. Now the offense has the duty of holding it all together to maybe go up 2 scores, give their defense a little bit of breathing room.
So from the 37-yard line, snapping to Glass, fake the handoff, dumps it out, over to the sideline, down to the 30-yard line, goes the receiver Morial, and Abusi on the tackle. So they got 7 of those yards they lost on the penalty bag.
And again, what is a critical drive? You got to come away with points here, just again to get your defense a little bit of breathing room. You kind of got blow for blow here to start this game, and well, it looks like we might have another stoppage.
Well, I'll give them a gain of 6 as they moved it back 1 yard.
Got timeout. TCA.
We'll take timeout. 7:56 to go here in the first half. Lions leading 21-14. Prestonwood football continues after
C3 Auto, serving Plano for over 14 years. You can find us just west of 75 at 3101 Premier Drive in Plano, Texas. Day or night, rain or shine, come browse our selection of over 2 acres of vehicles. Covered parking allows for vehicle protection and a shady walk around the lot. As a Carfax Advantage dealer, we specialize in clean Carfax, low-mileage used vehicles. Come by and meet the real boss at the office, Repo Jr. Find us online at c3auto.com.
Well, they had to burn a timeout, get things in order as they'll bring it out to the 31. Of course, is where the ball's set down, and for Prestonwood, looking at a second down and about 13 yards to go. As they'll put the two receivers to the wide side of the field, that's the left. And again, that three-man defensive front for TCA as the roll to the left, and Glass dumps it out. He has Morial, and he'll get in beyond the 30-yard line, inside the 27 and down to the 25 is where he's going to go as he gets 6 more yards. As now Mo Crum was one that came in and made that tackle, sophomore for TC Addison.
And the Lions are just taking what the Trojans are giving them. It's been kind of a man situation to the boundary and super soft zone to the field, and they're just playing that outside zone, just getting in that alley and throwing swing passes.
Third down and long, 3rd and 8. Now Glass can't find his receiver, flushed out. Here comes the pressure. He throws into traffic, and the pass is going to be caught for a first down, I do believe, as they've got it down at the 16-yard line.
Wow.
Junior Niffen hauled it in, and man, that was, depending on whether it's caught or intercepted, it's an ill-advised throw or it's perfectly placed.
No, it was really good by Niffen making his quarterback right, just getting open.
Here's the snap to Glass, handoff to Taylor, running downhill inside the 10, inside the 5, and he is down at the 1-yard line.
The 1-inch line, it looks like. Oh, but there's some laundry.
Oh, there's also a flag down. Tony Benson's about to ruin the party.
Come on, Tony.
And a holding on the offense. Number 9, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Well, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, huh?
That was a big chunk of yardage going one direction, and then you turn around and give it right back. So it would have been a 16-yard run, and instead they give 10 back the other way.
Well, and it wasn't for lack of effort, that's for sure. William Taylor, the wrestler, getting down there, sacrificing his body. I thought he might have got that ball over the plane, but moot point, because now it's first in Plano.
Yeah, it's going to be coming back anyway. It's the line of scrimmage to 26-yard line. They need to get down to the 8, so first down and 18. Again, short side to the right as they fake again the handoff and dump it out to Morial. It's going to play they run over and over, and he'll get inside the 20 to the 15 and down near the 13-yard line. 13 yards, give him 14 on that play before McKelvey made the stop. David, same play, but I guess if it works, just keep going to the well.
Well, and that's what they're doing. The defense, there's no perfect defense. You can't cover everything, and there's always a hole. So the PCA's found the hole, and it's just in the flat to the field side.
Second down and 6, going to hand it off to the running back, Bixler, trying to shake inside the 5. He's down close to the goal line. Did he get there? He did! Touchdown, Prestonwood! Braden Bixler gets his 6th touchdown of the season. 13 yards, and the Lions now lead at 27-14.
I love big Brock Schleff charging down the field as Bixler gets stood up at the goal line and ends up pulling his man forward and falling into the end zone. The young man going to the Air Force Academy. That's who you want defending your country is somebody like Schleff. That was outstanding, getting his running back in that end zone, but well done by Bixler to keep those feet moving. I know he went out with it looks like a wrist injury, but he's back and he's at full form.
Kudos to the man they call the Brock Star at that center position. PAT up and good by Trent Clarkson. And we'll take another timeout here with 6:26 to go here in the first half. And for the first time of the ball game, Prestonwood with a 2-score lead. It's the Lions 28, Trojans 14. Prestonwood football continues after this timeout.
At Prestonwood, we believe in the power of promise and the hope of new beginnings. When you're looking for a brand new start, we'll connect you back into life again. Join us. Let's move out of the past and into a bright future together. For more information, visit prestonwood.org.
Lions up by 2 scores, 28-14, as a busy Trent Clarkson, who has 4 PATs and kickoffs to boot, teed at the 40-yard line, and the Trojans, their 2 deep men, back around the 5. As the approach, and the kick going to come down and into the end zone. Going to be a touchback, so Clarkson put a little extra oomph on that one and put it into the end zone. So we'll start at the 25-yard line on the touchback. A reminder, at halftime, the special guest interview coming your way is we're going to talk spring sports here at Prestonwood, and man, one of the best around to talk about his particular sport will be joining us. So be sure that you'll get a Coca-Cola at halftime and make sure the puppies and kittens are all right. Sit back down and enjoy what we're going to be talking about. Of course, we'll have the wrap-up of the first half. That scoring drive just a moment ago goes 12 plays, 72 yards, takes 3 minutes and 33 seconds. PCA on the board, again, leading by 14 as they're going to hand it off on first down to Walker Zolfo. The ball popped free, and Prestonwood is recovered. Well, it's Gabe Tyree that yanked it out, and the Lions come up with the football, and that is what you can have if you're TC Addison. If you're the Lions, it's exactly what you want, because a turnover in the plus category is something that they haven't had nearly enough of in the last few games. If they can get that going, this defense will be filthy.
Well, welcome to the party, defensive unit. So we were wondering when you were going to show up, and you showed up in a big way, and it was Gabe Tyree. The cutback, I was about to compliment Zolfo for finding the cutback lane, and he runs right into Gabe Tyree, who just gets his big mitten there, pulls it out, and it's a pile of Lions that ends up falling on it. And next thing you know, it's 1st and 10 from the TCA 30.
I believe that's a pride of a Lions, sir. 1st down and 10.
Sure.
From the 30. And now with a 2-score lead, Prestonwood going to try to punch in this short field. Let's see if they go for the quick change and try to go for it all. That's exactly what they're going to do. Here's the pass toward the end zone. There's all kinds of contact, and there's the flag thrown, as it was intended for Junior Niffen, but he was engaged with Trinity, the sophomore, and they're going to throw the penalty flag. It'll be a pass interference, as Tony Benson will tell us here in just a second. Might actually be holding. Was it Shaw? Not Niffen. It was Shaw that was the intended receiver. I'm sorry.
Ball was in the air, Chuck, so it might be an interference, but nevertheless, we have our call.
Got pass interference. Defense number 10, 15-yard penalty, first down.
So I got to pick up where our friend Donnie usually leaves off, and that's wearing the zebra straps. But no, really good job by Glass to find the single receiver side. But if you saw cover 3, that's going to be a filming teaching moment. Slot receiver on a linebacker had 3 steps on him, and that was Darisaw.
So now they're going to dump it out left side with running room inside the 5. Touchdown! It was A.J. Morial, the tight end, who hauled that one in and tight-roped his way down the boundary. 15 yards on the score, and Prestonwood now leads it 34-14.
Oh, it wasn't even the tightrope that was the best part of that, Chuck. It was the truck stick at the end. Someone call Kyle Brandt and get that on the truck stick of the week. Morial got on the moon on that one because he just destroyed. I mean, he left tire tracks over the. I couldn't even see exactly who it was. Might have been McKelvey who tried to break down at the goal line, and Morial had a full head of steam and grabbed all 6 gears. So nice job, good execution. That's exactly what you want when you have a defense that forces a turnover. You want to score quick and hold that opponent down.
Again, Clarkson, who's just been adding points left and right, tacks on another, and will hold it here with 6 minutes and 3 seconds to go in quarter number 2. And one play, 30-yard scoring drive. It takes 14 seconds, and that 15-yard penalty was a big part of the drive as well. And now the Lions with that 21-point cushion. So you look back over this season for Prestonwood, if you've just been kind of a casual observer, just to recap a little bit about where we've been. Back in week 1, it was the shortened game, which kind of puts an asterisk by this record, as All Saints defeated the Lions 28-21, if you want to go with what's said by Some people, but others thought maybe that was a no contest when they left the stadium that night. So that was back in week 1. Then they played Bastrop, a good team from down in the hill country, and that was a score fest. Holy cow, 70 to 55 was the final score. The Bears beat the Lions in that one. But then the first 2 victories of the year back-to-back, 56-7 over Nolan Catholic. Then the overtime game here at Prestonwood, 35-28 over Bishop Lynch. Then we went over to Argyle, and the 38-24 loss hung on the Lions by Liberty Christian. They came back to beat Legacy Christian 51-25. And last week, the gut-wrenching 38-35 loss on that last-second field goal over at Paris. But right now, so far, so good. It's 35-14 as Clarkson puts the foot into it, and another touchback. Going to hit about halfway into the end zone and go out the back. So TCA will start first and 10 from its own 30-yard line. So, again, all that recap to say a 3-4 overall record, 3-2 in league play. But I'm not sure, David, we know exactly how good the Lions are at this point.
We've seen glimpses. We really have. It's been one of those where you go, man, I put them up against some 6A UIL teams, no problem. And then there's times where you're scratching your head going, what happened there? So it's just getting rid of those ladder plays that I spoke of and really gelling. And they really are starting to come together at the right time, but there's still a whole lot more to do.
From the 25-yard line, it's going to be a handoff on first down and really nothing to do. In fact, it's a loss of 1 on the play as the ball carrier was Mo Crum, who got his first tote of the night. And it was Jaden Morris who made the tackle with the entire front of the Lion defense. They're going to actually call it no gain now as they move it up to the 25-yard line. Remember, they're without their leading running back, Campbell Liable, who's injured on a monster hit a couple of drives ago. And here's the quarterback, Crumrine, who has pressure, now rolls out to his right. He's going to throw downfield, and it is incomplete. Oh, it might be intercepted if he held on to it, but he dropped it.
It was Tobias Jensen who just tried to get his mitt up there to keep it in bounds, and then it was Bixler who sold out. I thought he sucked it in, Chuck, but he ended up not being able to come down with it and started hitting the turf as if it was the turf's fault. But what an effort. What an effort by those defensive backs and trying to keep that alive. That would have been fun.
Well, after all that excitement, nothing but an incomplete pass, and they'll move it back the line of scrimmage, the 25. So this is where it could get a little bit messy right now. If this Lion defense can force another 3 and out, then they can start to lean on the Trojans once that offense gets back onto the field.
Certainly.
3rd down and 10 yards to go. 2 receivers left and right. Crumrine takes the snap, tucks it down, tries to run, but he has a Lion right on top of him, so he dropped for a 5-yard loss. It was Jaden Morris, the nose tackle, who came in and put a pop on him, and that'll force a punt right here. And that is this Lion defense that we said started a little bit cold tonight, kind of like the weather. They had to get warmed up, and once they did, they've looked really good here, particularly in quarter number 2.
I mean, outstanding. You just cut off that one quarter to start this game, that first quarter, and now they're back to playing PCA Lion defense like we've known all season. And man, I got to say, so far, leader in the clubhouse, Jaden Morris, he's having one heck of a game down there in that defensive line.
He absolutely is. Back to punt it away is Peril, puts the foot into it, and he will kick this one across the midfield stripe, taken at the 46 in PCA territory by Niffen, and he'll take it back near the 50, and we'll see where they put it down and where they'll start. It will be at the 50 with 4:32 to go here in the first quarter. I want to say thanks to all the folks who have made PCA football possible tonight, including Paris Baguette, one of our new big sponsors, backing the Lions. Of course, they're on the new corporate level, Paris Baguette, with their bakery just right around the corner right here. You can almost, I guess you can walk to it if you're in good shape. Maybe not me, but anyway, you go in, you say Prestonwood. It's the magic word. You say Prestonwood, you get 10% off your order. All of that at Paris Baguette. Thank you to them for their generous support, and welcome to the PCA family. Well, first down and 10 from the 50-yard line. Here's Luke Glass, going to step up, going to throw one-on-one, has a man, and he just overthrew the receiver, Tyler Shaw. And, man, we said he underthrew one earlier. That one he had just a little bit too much oomph on it as the coverage from Crum back in the secondary.
Really really nice job. Again, the deep ball is the last piece of the puzzle for Glass, and he'll hit him, but just not as much as I think he's been able to in the past. It's just still getting on that, but man, having someone like Shaw who runs that sub-10 500, but man, on that last play, Kanan Smith threw 3 Trojans into the turf.
Here is Glass going to throw that slant over the middle, and it's caught inside the 35-yard line. Get down near the 34. It was Tyler Shaw who pulled it in. Crum again on the tackle.
Nice job by Shaw, just running a skinny post, finding that hole in that zone defense. And Glass just delivered a perfect strike. Those intermediate balls, he's really got down.
That was a gain of 15. Glass will go back to the air. This time he's going to go downfield. Wide open receiver. It's Niffen. He catches it, but he did not get into the end zone as the referee is down right at the pylon saying it's down right here about 2/3 of a yard away.
Wow, and the body control by Niffen. Niffen had several steps on Zolfo. Oh, man, we're seeing laundry on the field now, but Zolfo had to catch up to that ball, but the body control. The acrobatic catch by Niffen, outstanding.
Well, I didn't see that flag, but we're about to find out from Tony Benson what it was.
Got a personal foul. Lead hands to the face. Defense number 20. That pins the decline. First down.
Well, never mind. Why was everybody coming back to the line of scrimmage? The Lions were retreating.
Just a Halloween fake out. That's all that was. Trick or treat, Chuck.
Yep, that's what it was. So they're going to take it back down to the 1 yard line. Statistically, although it's probably a little bit closer at that, and they're going to bunch everybody in, go do a little tush push, and into the end zone goes Glass, and it is now 41-14 as everybody just crammed inside, and the big fella takes the ball and leans in for the score.
Well, Luke Glass could have fallen over from the 5-yard line and gotten in there. That was really a good job by the PCA line. That PCA line had a really good drive on that play, and I got to shout him out again. Kanan Smith looks like he's maybe got a little bit of an ankle there, but man, that young man was blocking on that drive, and a lot of good film he just put on just from that drive alone. Nice job. Good job offense. Way to keep going and really extending this lead. They've been the shining star tonight so far.
Well, a 34-yard pass was the strike there that got him right to the lip of the cup. And then they punch it in on the sneak as Trent Clarkson on to try to continue his perfect night. And he splits the uprights for the 6th time in the football game. And with 3:58 to go here in the first half, Prestonwood on top 42-14 here over TC Addison. Remember, next week it's going to be St. Thomas from down in the southern part of the state coming up to take on the Lions, and we will have that broadcast for you on Friday night. We'll be on the air at 6 o'clock. 7 will be the kickoff for that one. So I invite you to be a part of the broadcast whether you're driving in. Be sure you tune in early because we'll have those player interviews just like we've had all season long. I know a lot of folks have been enjoying those, and we're not going to stop now. We're going to keep on keeping on and getting a lot of the good information out from some of these players and all the great things about Prestonwood, and so much to talk about. It's not difficult to find good things here at this place.
Indeed.
It's what David calls the happiest place on earth.
It is. I was, walking through the halls, and I just got this. It's a great feeling. Like it's one of those indescribable feelings, and it's because God's at the center of everything over here, and it feels really homey. And I got to say that I got to, no problem mentioning that here on air. It was wonderful.
Yep, absolutely, and we were so fortunate to be a part of that. And this is going to be a good run, I think, this year for the Lions, as they're really starting to put things together here. And
truly.
We'll see. Next week will be a little bit stouter test, I believe, but we'll see how they fire up heading into the postseason as Clarkson's kickoff taken with a fair catch down around the 2-yard line. And that was Tridenic who hauled it in. And they'll start 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Well, you look back over the season, you're like, where did he go? You blink your eyes and you're heading to the playoffs.
Telling me.
Yeah. Only so many game days left. That's the saddest part. And, of course, now if you're a football fan and you, like many of us, wake up at 8 o'clock on Saturday and you're a customer of YouTube TV, you better do your diligence tonight.
Let's go back to the tube.
TV.
Yeah. I mean, let's go back to cable at this point. How many streaming services do we need just to catch a football game?
Yep. I'm not going to get involved with those disputes. I just want to watch game day. Here's a pass to the near sideline. It is caught, picked up there by Captain McKelvey, and he will get yardage out from beyond the line of scrimmage, the 25 out to the 29. Gain of about 4 on the play. Luke Lineberger, who came up from a cornerback position, he got credited with the tackle.
Lineberger's having a heck of a season. He's a ton of fun to watch out there at corner. He's just really disciplined with his eyes, really good with his feet, his timing. He'll press and bail. Just really outstanding player. It's a lot of fun to see him and what he's put together in terms of a body of work and film so far this year.
Clock running, down to 3 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Here in the first half, Crumrine steps up. Now throws over the middle into traffic. It's incomplete near the 50 as he was looking for his intended receiver, M.J. Smith, the junior, who had 5 catches coming into the game. But Braden Bixler is back in the coverage for PCA.
Hey, real good job, though, by Crumrine to step up in that pocket. That's a really tough thing to teach a quarterback, especially a QB2 and one who's a sophomore. But nice job stepping up. Decent ball, but Bixler had one heck of a break on that ball. He had to come from the other side of the receiver just to get in front. He has the right to the ball too now, but almost came up with another pick. He could have had 2 so far on this first half.
Well, Campbell Liable has now made his way back into the ball game, I do believe, as the quarterback Crumrine trying to dump it out, and at the 28-yard line, they get a gaggle right there as it was intended for Liable. But Lions had some coverage there, and will bring up a 4th down.
And TCA showed flashes in the first quarter of a type of team that they're building over there with Coach Haverty in his first year. I mean, he only got there in March, and he's just building brick by brick. He's got some good pieces on that team, although they're very thin and already, had an injury today on the offensive line. But, credit them for sticking in there and having some heart. I know that close first quarter, but the second quarter starting to get out of hand since this Lions defense showed up.
Well, punt time. Drew Perrell puts a foot into it, again into a light breeze, and we'll get down into Lion territory beyond the 40-yard line to the 38, and Prestonwood will have the football after a 32-yard punt with 2:58 to go until halftime. Stick around for the halftime report brought to you by Aquaterra. So we'll have first half stats. We'll have a recap of what we've seen. Saving the highlights to the end. It's Halloween, so you got to wait to the end.
I got something for you.
Yeah, there's going to be there, but no tricks tonight. David's going to be bringing touchdowns. Going to be throwing them out left and right. You want a touchdown? Here's one. And by the way, here's an interesting note. Interesting note that you find out if it becomes a 40-point game at any time during the contest, then the clock will run and run and run. So it could be a short second half depending on if it does expand a little bit more. And they're going to try to do it right here as Glass is going to load, go deep for Darisaw. He's behind the coverage, and he was unable to haul it in down around the TCA 10-yard line as it was Jude Tredenick who went back and made a nice defensive play because Darisaw had separated from that coverage.
Darisaw, that was a heck of a jump on that route, and the ball was the best ball that I've seen Luke Glass throw, I think, all season long. But Tredenick, Jude Tredenick, one of those cornerstone pieces that they're using. He's the dude now, is what they say over there in TCA. But what good catch-up speed to knock that ball down. But really, that was good football. Sometimes, it's a 50-50 ball, and the better athlete on that play makes the play. And that time it was Tredenick. Maybe next time it might be Darisaw.
Second down and 10, handed to Bixler. Running play. He gets across the 45-yard line out to the 48 where he's brought down. Gain of 7. Zolfo on the stop. Called his name about a dozen times tonight. He's been a busy.
Zolfo's going to stack him to the moon.
Yep. Back to action. Here is Glass. Going to throw deep again. Just throwing it all the way down the middle of the field. This time it's hauled in. Inside the 10 to the 5-yard line goes Tyler Shaw. And we've been looking for him to break out as he got behind that coverage and hauled it in a hefty gain on the play.
And I know the Lions are going hurry up, but it was the second read that time by Glass. That was outstanding quarterback play. That is a film cut-up piece for him. That was wonderful.
49 yards on that pass play. Handoff, running play, touchdown, Braden Bixler. Second score of the night, and now this one is really starting to head toward the chutes as it's now 48-14 Lions.
Man, I can't say enough about that ball. That put a hole in Saturn in one of its rings and came down so perfectly, landed in the play made by Shaw to haul that in. It wasn't like he was wide open. He was open enough, but that ball and that timing, that was right there what Luke Glass, I think, has been searching for all season. He's been a little short, maybe a little long at times, but that time he nails it. And what a sequence there. And nice job by Bixler doing what he does and finding that end zone.
Boy, was it ever. Chris marched to the goal, and another point after attempt by Trent Clarkson. Now, we got to keep an eye once we get to the second half because we might be going to the silver group.
Oh, boy.
That'll be coming out.
Outstanding. That's fun.
These are some of the JV guys, some of the younger fellas that have been out there bumping heads all year long. Well, they may get their shot.
And that's what you do it for. I mean, you take a lot if you're a JV kid, you know, especially when your season ends. Now you're servicing the varsity full-time. What a reward and what a nice thing. I know Coach Yantis is really gunning for that. He wants to get those guys invaluable varsity Friday Night Lights game time experience. So if we can get to that, you know that's more than just a win on the scoreboard. That's a win on the field, and those reps are fun, and you want to see that silver group go get after it.
So that could be pending there in the second half. And again, not to kind of dance on this note, but one more score, you get over that 40-point mark, and it could be a very rapidly played second half, and we may get home in the late innings of that World Series Game 6.
Uh-oh. What about those Canadians? Despite the tariffs, they're still giving the Dodgers all they want.
Yeah, are they ever? Well, it's been a big battle so far tonight, and the Dodgers on top 3-1. That one heading to the top of the fifth inning there at Rogers Center. And you kind of expected that as that kickoff taken in the end zone. Yamamoto on the mound. That guy is just crazy. And, you know, you can't expect – I know the Jays were wanting to go ahead and finish them off, but that would have been uphill struggle tonight. But I was so impressed with them. I mean, because after that 18-inning game, which I know you were asleep because you go to sleep about 9, but, you know, I made it to the bitter finish, friends. And it was one of the greatest baseball games I've ever watched.
Just free baseball.
Yeah. But the roller coaster – it was with the roller coaster. It was you were inside an amusement park. All the crazy stuff. And then the Jays get their guts ripped out and then come back and win 2 in Los Angeles.
Does Chuck love baseball, folks, or what?
Here's a handoff on first down. Running room coming to the left, bouncing outside Liable. He will get out to the 35, to the 40, and finally be brought down there. So a hefty gain on first down of 15 as Bixler and Kyler Pettijohn on the tackle for the Lions.
Good to see Liable coming back from injury. He went out earlier in the game. This time trips into the boundary, back to the trips. See what they got here.
Well, it's going to be a handoff, and it's going to be a gain of about 2 yards for Liable. You get to the 42-yard line. Again, no one in any particular hurry right now, although
that's 2 minute timeout.
You've got the 2-minute timeout, and I forgot that they inserted that. You know, it's only been there all year long, but
for sure, still catches you off guard.
Yeah,
a little
it does.
Bit. Yeah.
It does. I mean, you know, you've called high school football games at all levels for many years, and there's no 2-minute. And I'm telling you, David, I'm going to find out before next week. It was probably just some silly political thing, but you know, what was wrong with the 2-minute warning? I mean, why are they trying? Was it the NCAA trying to differentiate itself from the NFL?
You know what? Here's my thing too. If I hear another person call it the red area instead of the red zone, I'm gonna sail myself into 35 traffic because I can't stand people saying that. Bill Belichick said it one time, and then everyone goes, "Ooh, I'm gonna sound like Bill," and now everyone says it, and they sound like buffoons. And so that's okay, but I think we can get away with calling it a 2-minute warning. I don't think that the football police are going to come hunt us down here.
Well, we don't want to be in the uncool crowd, you know, if all the cool folks are calling the. But I just want, because the first time you heard, I mean, the first game of the year, you know, in college football, here's the 2-minute timeout, and my brain just kind of went, huh?
For what?
Yeah. Why are we going to timeout? I didn't see anybody call a timeout.
Exactly.
But, I'm going to find out the answer before next week. We'll have it for that game. So from the 42, second down and about 8. Crumrine has pressure, going to get rid of it as he throws it out of bounds over on the far side bench there. Skylar Pettijohn was coming with some coverage, or some pressure, I should say, on Davis Crumrine, who started the game 37 of 68 for 459 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a couple of interceptions. Again, if you're just tuning in, the guy that started a lion's share of their games, Hunter Flatt, 867 yards, 12 touchdowns. Big 6'4" senior, injured and has a shoulder problem and unable to play. So it is sophomore getting the call. We get a timeout spent here with 1:49 left in the first half.
TCA.
And again, we've exhausted our first half timeouts and all the touchdowns scored. So we get to talk just a little bit here. And we do want to thank our partners again, including some of the biggest corporate partners, the Andrews Institute of Children's Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine. Proud to be a part of Prestonwood football. Also, Aquaterra Outdoors. They're going to bring you the halftime show. We've got that great guest interview coming up. Global Strategic as well, which brings you the postgame. We'll have those player interviews. We'll have highlights and more in that. And thanks also to one of our brand new corporate partners, that's Paris Baguette, as they invite you to come by and get some of the great taste of French bakery right across the street. Go there on a Saturday morning.
TCA was only called a timeout because the play clock was running down. So TCA still has one timeout left.
Okay, there you have it.
Fair enough.
Tony Benford has his microphone working tonight. Remember the last time here 2 weeks ago, they called so many penalties, I think his battery ran out.
Literally.
So from the 42-yard line, Crumrine, heavy pressure up the middle, and he is dropped. Gabe Tyree comes in and does a dance at the 28-yard line because he was untouched. It's a loss of 12 on the play.
Tyree.
Got timeout. Prestonwood.
Tyree saw that Jaden Morris was having the game. He goes, not so fast, friend. I think I might want player of the game too. So, no, the forced fumble a couple drives ago. Really nice job by Tyree, and it was bound. Someone was bound to get home there on that defensive line, and it was definitely the guy wearing the sticks, Gabe Tyree, number 11.
Call it a loss of 11 on the play, and Prestonwood burns its final timeout with 1:43 remaining. And again, if you're wondering, well, why are they doing this? Why are they, I guess to get the ball back. I mean, if they could score again, I mean, it's good practice to try to run a less than 2-minute drill, right?
Well, and there are certain situations that you can't necessarily manufacture in practice, that you want to see how your team responds in certain situations. They haven't really had a chance to practice 2-minute drill, I guess. I mean, they had a chance last week. We won't go into that. But this time, it's just you want to see how your team reacts in certain situations, and sometimes you have to manufacture them.
Well, it's one of those quick 30-second timeouts. So we go here from the 31-yard line on a 4th down. Go to the punt formation. And Peril puts the foot into it. Low line drive kick, and a hit down at the 43 and gathered up by Niffen. Now, as long as he does that and feels it doesn't follow, that's a heck of a play there from the return man. But want to make sure you gather it in. But he does save yards there, and he's going to set Prestonwood up at the 49-yard line. So again, in theory, if they score points here in the final 95 seconds of the first half, then we would start the second half with a running clock.
And before you know it, you're staring at 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It goes quick, folks. When you talk about a football game that doesn't stop, it's, 24 minutes disappears.
Yeah. Well, if you're Prestonwood, well, and TC Addison for that matter, you don't want any players lost to injury.
You don't. I mean, because sometimes that can spill over into the next season.
Yep. So shorter the game, the better in this situation. Here's Glass going to throw over to the left sideline, and it's incomplete. Has had a good coverage there as Moriel was the intended receiver, and the guy that was on it was Chase Griffin. Knocked the ball away. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Clock resting 90 seconds to go here in the first half.
Maybe a little bit of a late throw by Glass. I know he was going through his progressions, and Moriel did have single coverage, but that was a fantastic break by Griffin. He really could have stepped in front of that one and taken it down the sidelines just as easy.
There's Glass, going to dump it to the safety valve. Niffin now with room, gets to the 40. Boy, he got hit hard, knocked out at the 38-yard line. That was Chase Griffin that laid the lumber to him. Maybe a little frustration there.
I think so, to taking that one out, no doubt.
At the 39-yard line is where they kill that play. Right back to work they go. And again, Glass to the sidelines, and they're going to mark him inbounds. The reception made by Gio Darasaw. Tredinick on the tackle. Still plenty of time to go here for the Lions. They set the chains. By the way, do we have a flag down? I think we did. So let's go back and see what Tony Benson is going to tell us.
Offense 72. 10-yard penalty. First down.
It's been all night with Bengard and Ingram, and I think that time it goes negative to Bengard again. But he's just going to keep after it. That offensive line's been playing great. They really have this entire game, save the 2-3 penalties. But sometimes it's just effort, and you just go a little overboard.
I said Benson, I meant Benford, our referee. Here's a pass near side, caught wide open. First guy out to practice, it's Bixler, who's going to take it down inside the 20, gets all the way down to the 10-yard line, and it was Tredinick who saves the touchdown along with Crum, but it's a gain of 39 yards.
Really good call by Coach Yantis, dialing up the running back wheel route. I love it. It just snuck behind the TCA defense and caught him sleeping.
From the 10-yard line, safety valve pass. Bixler puts his head down to the 10, dives for the end zone, and he's just short.
Oh, come on.
Half a yard. Half a yard. That's what it was.
If you have a red flag right now, Donn Yantis is throwing it as hard as he can.
Well, they get back into the tush-push situation, and it is going to be a straight-ahead stink for Luke Glass, who gets his second score, and it is now 55-14.
Man, that's in that sequence. I love that call by Coach Yantis, and he really, again, called that timeout out of the third down that the TCA Trojans did not convert, took the punt after the timeout, and then he decided to go down and just try to call a 2-minute offense, see how his guys could handle it. I know you probably put a few things on film, but nevertheless, you still want to run your offense and see how your guys react and how you can coach in those situations. And it almost turns into a scrimmage at that point. You don't even worry about the score. You just worry about the clock and how to run your offense. But really good drive that time by the Lions to put it up over 40, Chuck. There it is.
And there's the point after by Trent Clarkson. And he makes it a 42-point game with 38 seconds remaining here in the first half. So the outcome of this game is no longer in doubt. A matter of how much time in the second half there's going to be, as we've got the scoring drive. It goes 5 plays, 51 yards. It takes just 57 seconds as we see the Lions getting the football and moving it right down the field. And we're in a Christian-based football environment, David. But the friendship between these two coaches. This is not rubbing in anything with the score, trying to put extra points in a hurry on the board, because Donn Yantis and his counterpart over on the other side, Trey Haverty, they've got a lot of respect for each other. In fact, Donn Yantis has been very encouraging to Trey in his first year because it's been rough for him.
He has, and that's just the thing. Whenever you take your first head coaching job, sometimes you don't get a, let's just say, a light remodel. Sometimes you got to go all the way down to the studs with it, and that's what Coach Haverty has at TCA. But I know he's extremely excited about the opportunity. He loves that place. And he has his cornerstone pieces and some freshmen and sophomores, good middle school team. So he's really trying to build something over there. But he's got the encouragement of the other coaches in the district. I think everyone wants to see everyone win, and just a testament to this district and the respect these coaches have for each other and their programs.
A lot of class involved, no doubt about it.
Big time.
Going to be a touchback, and they'll take it at the 25-yard line. 38 seconds left. I suspect they'll run one play and then head toward the locker room. I was looking at the silver squad. That's that team that would come in if they do elect to go that route there in the second half. The third team quarterback, as Coach Yantis has it listed on the 3D, Young Pup. He's got the Young Pup at quarterback.
It's just Young Pup.
Yeah, we'll tell you who it is when he comes out.
Sure, he has a name.
Yeah, name
but
and a number.
Sometimes in football, you don't even want your name. You want whatever coach calls you because it means he loves you.
From the 25-yard line, swing pass. This is caught, and it's going to be a gain of a couple of yards. Ben Brewer hauls it in as Eddie Brownstein comes out and makes the tackle for the Lions. Clock is running 24 seconds. They don't have to run another play, but they're going to stay right at the line of scrimmage. So it looks like they're going to try to get another one off.
I love Steady Eddie. Player of the game, last home game. Getting his name called tonight. Love it.
Snap with 12 seconds to go. Pass on the near side. It is caught with running room. This is McKelvey. He'll get out to the 40. Ball comes free at the 45, and it's going to be taken by Prestonwood as Cam Pettijohn was the one who yanked the football away. I'm not sure who came up with it, but the Lions have the football, and I think that it was Luke Lineberger, the one that recovered it, and they're going to have the football with 1 second to go here in the first half, leading 56-14.
This is where I think you might just want to kneel it out, get into the locker room. Kind of, it's all but settled at this point. But man, what an outstanding second half. A Jekyll and Hyde Halloween situation with this PCA defense. Just started out completely asleep at the wheel, and to set themselves back up and have the second quarter that they had. I mean, it was tremendous. A couple of turnovers and getting the ball back into your offense's hand. Offense has been on fire tonight. They've been carrying it. It's been awesome.
First and 10 from the 49-yard line. Well, they're not going to kneel it out. Okay. They're going to load it. They're going to go deep. Darasaw, the intended receiver, and it is incomplete. It's thrown out of bounds over on the right side, and that will finally put an end to the first half, which has seen 70 points scored, and fortunately for Prestonwood fans, 56 of those belonging to the Lions. So we hit the halfway point of this football game, and we are in running clock time when we come back for the third quarter, because through two is Prestonwood 56 and TC Addison 14. When we take a timeout, David and I will return and have a quick recap of the first half. Special guest interview coming up next. It is the Aquaterra halftime report, and we will have more after these messages.
They say few things stand the test of time. Because to stand among, and to stand with, to stand in, and to stand firm, comes down to what you stand for. So we are workers unashamed of the truth, and leaders led by our Creator. We are servants with an eternal perspective. In heart, in mind, in action. We believe that reaching higher starts by going deeper, and that longevity isn't achieved alone. We believe that reverence for God is the foundation of wisdom, that champions out there are established in here. It strengthens how we lead, how we invest, how we serve, and how we love. Because that which stands the test of time has a foundation that cannot be moved. Prestonwood Christian Academy, established for life.
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is and always will be how we help people.
Welcome to PCA Lions Halftime Report. Brought to you by Aquaterra Outdoors, Texas's premier outdoor living, landscape, and pool design experts. Now back to the stadium for the Lions Halftime Report.
And there they are.
Well, it was a productive first half for the Prestonwood Lions as they lead at the intermission. 56-14 as we welcome you to the Aquaterra Halftime Report, presented by one of the proud sponsors of PCA football, Aquaterra Outdoors, as a total of 8 touchdowns put on the board by this Prestonwood offense and defense. And after 2 possessions, we're scratching our head a little bit saying, who are these guys in blue? But they turned it on as we get here to the intermission. And David Stoltzman, I guess, kind of what you expected coming into the ball game is kind of a clunky start. But once they did finally hit the Jets, yeah, you could tell that Prestonwood was going to take charge.
I think it's what you might have expected, a team that's really catching their stride in PCA, but also a rebuilding team in TCA. And so, maybe what we expected, just not exactly how we thought it would get there with that first quarter. I mean, TCA came out in a unique formation, I think, because we hadn't seen it quite a bit. It was a split gun, was split backs, and it was giving them trouble. It really was giving that defense trouble, having a 3-down lineman set. They were just playing the math game and getting bodies on bodies and picking up 4, 5, 6 yards a pop and completing a couple screens. But once they got that injury in the backfield, it was Leibel that went down, the captain. It sort of changed it up for TCA, and then that was all she wrote. The defense for the Lions had woken up out of its hibernation, and man, before we knew it, it was a fireworks show. If there was fireworks, they would have run out already. It's just been it was that kind of second quarter versus a first where the defense was a little shaky. Whose defense has been the glue all year. This time the offense picks up where they left off. But my goodness, I am so impressed with Luke Glass and the touch that he's had, and a couple of tush pushes later, that young man's having a game.
440 yards in the first half alone for Prestonwood in this ball game. Only 83 yards for TC Addison. You kind of expected that breakdown. 20 first downs for the Lions, and we'll get a full check on Ryan Metcalf's halftime stat board, but that's just kind of to illustrate the point of what we've seen so far.
It's just been, like I said, it was execution, to the A+ level, maybe save 3 holding penalties or so for the offensive line that's been outstanding tonight, just paving the way for William Taylor and for Bixler, who's been in and out and shown up on both sides of the field. That young man continues to impress. But man, it's been the solar system shots from Glass to Darasaw and to Shaw, but the PCA defense, that front seven waking up, and a couple of almost picks too, but by that back end with Tobias Jensen returning, and then Ridge Casanova getting back into football shape, just drive by drive. It's been real fun tonight if you're a Lions fan.
Well, more fun to come in the second half because we still got a couple more quarters now. Again, according to the rule, that this is only our 4th game that we've called. We're learning as we go, okay? But 56-14, 40-point spread, 42 to be exact. That means there'll be a running clock in the second half, and we could get out of here fairly quickly. And again, maybe get back for the 8th and 9th inning if everything goes all right. But we'll see about that. But what we don't want you to do is leave here at halftime on the Aquaterra Halftime Report, because we have a special guest interview coming next. And if you're a Prestonwood fan, you're going to stick around for that. It's a good one. We'll have more after this timeout. Halftime, 56-14. The Lions on top. More after these messages.
Make your dream outdoor space a reality with Aquaterra Outdoors. From full-service design to construction for landscaping, pools, and outdoor structures, we offer everything you need for your ideal outdoor environment. With years of experience and a commitment to excellence, Aquaterra Outdoors, elevating outdoor living to the next level. Contact us today at 214-387-8333. Or visit our website, aquaterraoutdoors.com, and start your journey to the ultimate outdoor experience.
C3 Auto, serving Plano for over 14 years. You can find us just west of 75 at 3101 Premier Drive in Plano, Texas. Day or night, rain or shine, come browse our selection of over 2 acres of vehicles. Covered parking allows for vehicle protection and a shady walk around the lot. As a Carfax Advantage dealer, we specialize in clean Carfax, low-mileage used vehicles. Come by and meet the real boss at the office, Repo Jr. Find us online at c3auto.com.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights.
Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
Hey there, Lion Nation. I'm Rudy Casanova, owner and president of Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. In athletics, teamwork is everything. Each player has a role, and when they come together, they achieve greatness. At Global Strategic, we believe the same principle applies to the workplace. When the right people come together, your business thrives. Let Global Strategic help you build a winning team at work. Visit www.globalstrategic.com for more information and schedule some time with me or one of my team. The Casanova family and Global Strategic are proud supporters of the PCA Athletic Program. Go Lions!
Pharaoh's heart is sun-baked clay, so the Lord sent plagues.
Well, some of the great things at PCA, again, the golf team hosting the PCA Fall Golf Classic Tournament on Monday, featuring 15 schools, 121 players at Coyote Ridge Golf Club on the home course. And PCA offering athletics, PCA Athletics offering student athletes many opportunities to showcase their skills and abilities on the fields of play. As we look ahead to spring sports, excited to talk about those. And of course, you see there on the screen some of the cool things they had going on there. The PCA Fall Golf Classic. Again, 15 schools, 120 players at Coyote Ridge Golf Club. And a very successful, enjoyable day out there. Everybody involved. And well, you can tell a lot of good things going on. Well, spring sports are just around the corner, and one of those spring sports is one that's very popular here at Prestonwood, and that is baseball. And right now we are pleased to be joined by the head baseball coach of the Lions. That's James Valade, who's now entering his 5th season, and it's been a very successful season so far. And man, you look at the calendar, tomorrow is November the 1st. First, thanks for coming by. I mean, you're going to blink your eyes, and all of a sudden you're going to be getting out the bats and balls.
Yeah, absolutely. Chuck, thanks for having me on. It's great to be here. Lions are getting it done on the football field, but we're excited for baseball coming up.
Well, with that time around the corner, I guess the question I want to know is, what are you doing now to get ready for that? Because you don't just jump into it and get going. I mean, there's a ramp up, and it even begins now when it's starting to get a little colder.
No, it is. I mean, this is the time of year where guys are in a little bit of a recovery from fall baseball and summer baseball. They're in the weight room. They're taking care of their bodies. They're keying in on their nutrition. And we actually get back on the field November 10th. To try to ramp back up for the spring. So we do our fall a little bit different, but our guys are excited to get back out there.
So that is a bit different from fall ball that you'll see with a lot of the UIL schools and things like that. What is the advantages to that?
Well, for us, November 10th, we start our spring. That's our mentality. Fall baseball's over, doesn't exist anymore, even though it's technically still the fall moving into winter. But we break it up, so we get on the field. We get back on the field together for about 4.5, 5 weeks, and we try to get ourselves ahead of schedule for the spring.
Well, with the success that you've had, and again, last year going all the way to the state championship game, coming up just a little bit short there. You've won district 4 years in a row, so you're rolling into this season on a wave of momentum. How important is that, and how do you try to parlay that into what's coming, a very successful year?
Well, I think for us, the number one thing is we were a fairly young team last year. So we returned 8 of our 9 starters. We have some good arms coming back from last year. We had 2 freshmen that pitched lights out for us at the end of the year that, you don't always think you're going to need to lean on freshmen, but we did because we lost Xavier Mitchell, who is, our number 1 pitcher. We lost him for 9 weeks. But to see this freshman step up, that was awesome. But like I said, the momentum for us is our experience.
With the tradition, and I know that's kind of almost a cliche word these days, but with the program that you built that kind of restocks every year, and you've got the 5 seniors that are committed to play D1 baseball, and one big time fellow we're going to talk about going to my alma mater, Oklahoma. I mean, that is kind of a wealth of riches. So how do you manage that?
For us, our kids take great care of that. They're good in the clubhouse. They're good on the field. They understand each other. They care about each other. They understand roles. They understand responsibility. They understand what it takes to work day in and day out. So for us, as far as me managing that versus them, these guys want to win. And they spend a lot of time together, and they spend a lot of time off the field together, first off, which not every team does. Obviously, you're on the field a few hours a day practicing, but our guys are together all the time, and they really appreciate each other, and they can watch other players have success and be happy for them, which I really appreciate about our locker room.
And of course, I'm sure it's kind of cool for these players that are coming in, or maybe ones that are considering coming to Prestonwood, and you look and you see a guy like Xavier Mitchell who's playing for the Angels now. It's like you can do this and you can be that.
Oh, 100%. Today we actually updated our Prestonwood to the pros board, which sits outside of our locker room. And the way that we do it is your nameplate's on your locker, and then you get to the pros board, and your nameplate goes on the pros board. So you take your nameplate from the high school locker room to the professional board, and it's a possibility. We've had a lot of great professionals that have come through here, a lot of great players, and a lot of guys. A couple of guys from the 2016 state championship team, John Heasley, Ryan Cash, those guys going on to play professional baseball. Pure joy to celebrate, their past, and we really take pride in what's happened before we got here. So we enjoy it.
Visiting with James Valade, the head baseball coach here at Prestonwood. Now, we just kind of skipped past it a moment ago. You gotta just indulge me here. Tell me about Davion Sims.
Davion Sims is number one. He's an outstanding young man. I mean, if you look at baseball with one of the big considerations being makeup on a young man, like how they're made up and what their character is. This is an outstanding young man, well raised. He's at Prestonwood. He's 6'8". He's right-handed, and this summer he's been up to 101 miles an hour on the mound. But this kid gets after it. He really does. He is a perfect fit for Prestonwood, especially with the Christian values the family has. His grandfather was a preacher. His both parents went to Oklahoma Christian University, so the values are there too, which we always appreciate. We always appreciate that.
How is that a positive? As we've talked about, as we've gotten acclimated to the TAPS world and being around Christian schools, the fact that that's a selling point. You don't see that so often in the UIL. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying it's a different area here. How is that beneficial?
I mean, it's beneficial for us because our big concern here at Prestonwood, not just me, but everybody around, is the who you become along the way factor is really important. And us being, a Christian school, faith-based school, part of that journey with your faith is so important, and to us that's the big time positive. I mean, it really is. I mean, I attended Baylor University. I was blessed to be able to go down there and play. We had the same value system down there, and we are here. Our primary reason for being here is the faith, is the kids understanding their Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. But we are also here to help parents. And I tell people all the time, I've never cared about winning more than I care about people. And I've got to prove that every single day. And winning is a part of it. But that's the preparation. That's the work. That's building your staff. I mean, our staff retention is 100% over the last 5 years. Our player retention is 100% as well. I mean, guys come here and they stay, and staff members come here and they enjoy it. But we're helping parents raise their kids. We're not raising them for the parents, but we're a big part of it, and that's part of the excitement of showing up every day, is you get to go out there and help somebody else's child.
That's outstanding. Halftime here at Prestonwood, 56-14, the Lions leading it. We're talking with baseball coach James Valade. You have a lot on your shingle. I mean, you have been a lot of places, done a lot of things, coached big-time programs around big-time people. Tell us a little bit about that, and tell us how you wound up landing here at Prestonwood.
Yeah, so a pretty unique journey. I started off, at age 23. I actually went over to the University of Dallas to see if I could get a graduate assistant's job, and ended up becoming the head coach at the age of 23. I always tell people I think I took a job nobody wanted, but it worked out for the best. So after a period of time being a head coach, the opportunity, to be an assistant at the professional level with the Texas Rangers. It reared its head, and it was a great experience. Awesome 6 years. Learned so much in that organization. Loved working for John Daniels. Great leader, did a great job. Sports is tough. We know that. Then I went to Oklahoma State, and you know what? We put together the best 4 years in the last 30 that they had. I think everybody knew that. When I went in there, we were a little bit down from the Robin Ventura, Gary Ward type years. But you know what? We pumped it back up, and we had won the Big 12 twice. We beat Texas, which I know you can appreciate being an OU guy. The other win was against West Virginia, and after that, I actually didn't get my contract renewed after the 4th year. We lost the Tech in the Super Regionals, and I started scouting for the Marlins. That was under the leadership of Derek Jeter, and had a great run there. And unfortunately, I got sick with COVID. I came down with some issues. Ended up having heart surgery, and the reevaluation of where God wanted me was really heavy on my heart, and I didn't know if I could do the job scouting that Miami needed me to do. And then when Prestonwood, opened up, I'd been familiar with the program and Todd Cash, the coach that was here for the 2016 state championship, and obviously I knew Mike Mack as well. When God opened that door, it was pretty obvious this was a place that I needed to be, and I've loved every minute of it. I really have.
You talk about God being a big part of your life, and it goes back, I think, to a story on a hospital operating room table that we were talking about earlier. So if you want to share about that a little.
Yeah, I had gotten sick, and I went for a doctor's appointment, and I didn't have any kind of surgery scheduled, but I got sick, and my third appointment going in, the doctor decided I needed to go into surgery that day, that minute, and it wasn't a scheduled surgery. It was an 11:30 doctor's appointment. By 1:30, I was in the operating room with 15 people around me, and I sat there getting prepped for surgery, and I didn't pray for myself. I gave thanks for everything that I'd been blessed with along the way, but I remember my last thought before they started the procedure was, I said, God, I know there's more to do, and woke up and was really blessed and thankful for that.
Oh, that was your answer when you woke up, right? He's not done with you yet.
No, exactly. There's more to do, and I love it. I love doing it at Prestonwood. Trust me.
Not only have you touched so many lives and continue to do so as the coach of the Lions here, you're also the founder of the Keeper of the Game Foundation. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Keeper of the Game is a foundation that we started 12 years ago. I was with the Texas Rangers coaching in AA, and what I wanted to do was I wanted to really bridge the gap between the special needs community and what we got to do on the field. And as everybody knows that's been around it, we wanted to tear down the nets and tear down the walls and get the special needs community to be a part of what we were doing. So we started that to create meaningful opportunities, whether it's taking kids to major league games, hosting clinics. I mean, we have some big time events that we do through the year, but we really just wanted to give those amazing kids a chance to be a part of baseball on a very personal level. And a very fun level.
What's appreciation level like on that when you see the looks on their faces?
Oh, I tell people all the time when you come to one of our events, it might be the best 3 hours of your year. I mean, there's no politics, there's no agenda, there's no racism, there's no bullying, there's no judgment. It is complete love the entire time, and we're very fortunate to have a lot of great volunteers and people. We have. Oh gosh, probably over 50 different high schools that volunteer with us now. I mean, it's extensive. Major league players, Elvis Andrus and Chris Davis. Both those guys were the first two guys to say, we want in and we believe in what you're doing. So we're blessed for both of those guys. And Elvis Andrus, he's a part of Prestonwood now. So he's doing a great job leading people to the Lord, and we're really proud of him. I got to be on the field with him when he was 18 years old. So our friendship has stood the test of time. It really has.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing. I tell you what else is amazing. You and your wife Jennifer have been married now for 3 decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, got your 3 children, Ryan, Mackenzie, and Trent. Now Ryan, not to take the top shelf, but he's a pro baseball player. Shocker! From dad produces a pro ball player.
Yeah. Well, mom was a volleyball player at Baylor, so that kind of explains where he got his athleticism. I played baseball at Baylor, but I think she was way ahead of me on the ability chart. But yeah, Ryan, Ryan was drafted in 2017 by the Rockies. He's played in the major leagues for the Rockies, the Tigers, St. Louis this year, and the Reds this year. So he's been up with 4 different teams, and he's had a strong career. He's an awesome young man. We're proud of him, and I tell you one thing about Ryan Valade. He's read every book that Jack Graham has written. So if you hadn't read Jack Graham's books, okay, you can ask my son about him, because I would go into his hotel room after a game, and I'd see like his nightstand and stuff, and I'd see over the years different Pastor Graham books that he would be cycling through, and it was pretty cool, pretty cool to see.
What an endorsement. Well, okay, I don't want Ryan to overshadow Mackenzie and Trent, so tell us something about them.
Yeah, well, Mackenzie was she's the one that's probably most like me. She's
is that good or bad?
Yeah, I think it's good. She's doing fine, but no, she was a first team All-State volleyball player at Stillwater High School when I was coaching at Oklahoma State. She went to play volleyball at Oklahoma Baptist. She played during that COVID year. They were number 1 in the country. And then she unfortunately blew her knee out, had 3 surgeries, and stepped away from it. But she graduated from Central Oklahoma, and she does hair up in Edmond. She loves it. She's really good at it, and that's baby girl. She's the only one in my family that's never had a spanking. So the boys have had their moments, but my daughter no spanking. And then my youngest son Trent, I'm blessed to be on the field with him out here. Being with him on the field for 4 years, really, really cool. Sometimes I feel like this is just the makeup for some lost time, because when I was a recruiting coordinator and I was a scout, you spend a lot of time away. But he's committed to Texas A&M. Really, really proud of him. He does well in the school, and he's been a good leader for our program. I think one thing you'll find about Prestonwood baseball is it doesn't matter if you're a freshman or a senior. These guys are all together. They all care about each other. There's no separation in program. So
I look out our back door here from our broadcast position, and I see beautiful Graham Field. How awesome is that to have as your home turf?
Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. I mean, we just call it the Graham. We say welcome to the Graham. You're at the Graham. It's the Graham, and I think after 25 years is our 25th year for PCA baseball, it becomes iconic. And I hear people around campus and they're talking like I'll hear from a distance, hey, are you going to the Graham tonight for the game? And that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But yeah, Pastor's definitely. He's definitely done an amazing job building the church, building the school. A lot of great support out there right now with Dr. Goddard, Dr. Hibb, the leadership teams that we have. But we're in a good spot. We're in a good place, and it's fun to pull up here and work every day. It's fun to park your car and walk up to the Graham. Trust me.
That is awesome. Well, rumor around the place, just a rumor, that you're going to have major league caliber broadcasts coming next year. Every pitch, every place, every game throughout the season. So Prestonwood baseball fans, you got something to look forward to, and I am absolutely looking forward to it. Sounds like it's going to be a great time.
It will. And last year we're gonna try to top it. We made ESPN top 10 last year. We turned to triple play. So that's in the vault somewhere. But yeah, talk about one of the most exciting plays in the history of the Graham. It's documented forever. Let's do it again. Let's get a couple more ESPN top 10.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'd love to do that. Thank you so much for the visit, and I'm so looking forward to that season.
Yeah, absolutely, Chuck. Thank you so much, and go Lions.
That is James Valade. He's the head baseball coach of Prestonwood. Here at the intermission, it is 56-14. The Lions on top of TC Addison. We'll take a timeout here. When we return, quick check of the stats and the start of quarter number 3 when Prestonwood football continues after these messages.
From the long-lasting and reliable heating and cooling systems we send out the door, to the friendly and knowledgeable dealers who go the extra mile. With a no-hassle replacement limited warranty, you can trust Comfort Maker to deliver outstanding service and performance, keeping you a step ahead with advanced technology and exceptional comfort. To find a Comfort Maker dealer, visit comfortmaker.com.
Storm damage? Don't wait until it's too late. At Up to Date Roofing, we bring top quality craftsmanship, honest pricing, and fast service to protect what matters most, your home. From repairs to full replacements, we keep your roof and your home up to date. Call us today and stay covered, rain or shine. Up to Date Roofing, keeping you covered no matter the weather.
Halftime here at Prestonwood. The Lions on top of TC Addison 56-14. Chuck Kelly rejoined by David Stoltzman here in the booth. We'll take a quick check of those first half statistics as we get ready for kickoff of quarter number 3. Prestonwood, 440 yards of total offense. So we updated the stats on TCA, 142 yards of total O. For Prestonwood, they had 168 yards rushing, 272 through the air. For the Trojans, 44 yards rushing, 98 yards passing. First downs in the first half, 20 for Prestonwood compared to 9 for Trinity Christian. And we'll get to some of the individual numbers. Luke Glass, 17 of 25, 272 yards, 2 touchdowns on the through the air and 2 on the ground as well. So he has accounted for 4 as he's got those 2 tush-push touchdowns in the ball game, and he has really spread those yards around in the contest. We'll talk more about that, but again, start of quarter number 3 as the kickoff is going to come down to the 10-yard line and brought back up the numbers outside the 20. Ball comes loose at the 31, and the Lions pounced on it, and they've got the football. It's recovered by Luke Lineberger, who recovers, actually yanked it out, and on top of the football at the 31-yard line, and the Lions are going to start with a very short field.
Really, I mean, it was just your run-of-the-mill kickoff and return, and then Luke Lineberger comes out of popped out of the sky from nowhere and just gets a paw on that football, and it pops out. It almost looked like it was going to roll out of bounds, and I'm really trying to scramble and see. It might have been, oh man, I can't miss the number, but it was such a great recovery too to stay in bounds. I think it might have been Tobias Jensen that was able to just keep in bounds and recover that ball before it got popped out. Now you see the diamond formation out here. It's a quads formation with, now they're going to move back over, so it's a trips bunch.
Well, let's see what we're going to go with here. It's going to be a quick pass to the sidelines. Trot O'Neal, who you heard on the pregame show, in a quarterback, and he throws it out near sidelines. I'm sorry, to Trent Clarkson. He goes out of bounds, and that is at the 28-yard line. And again, a running clock. It will only stop on timeouts and I believe on scoring plays, but aside from that, it's going to roll out of bounds, first downs, whatever. It keeps moving as they're going to hand off now on first down, and trying to find running room is William Taylor, and he will not find a whole lot as we get down to the 26-yard line, gain of a couple, both Sykes on the tackle. Hope you enjoyed that visit with Coach James Valade. I heard how great he was. What an awesome dude. I'm so looking forward to baseball season. I know it's 4 months away, but it can't get here quickly enough. From the 26-yard line, Lions already up 56-14 as Trot O'Neal, the Texas long snapper, A little zone read action. Going to carry it around the left side. He'll take it down to the 21, and he's going to have the first down as the tackle was made by Chase Griffin.
Outstanding job by Trot O'Neal to pull that ball. Ran the read option absolutely perfectly, and knew where the line to gain was. When we spoke with Coach Yantis, he said that, hey, look, we really obviously don't want to be in this position, but should Trot O'Neal come in, whether it's injury or whether it's end of a game, we're very confident he can operate the offense, and he shows it right there.
O'Neal going to flip it out of the backfield and trying to find running room. Gets inside the 15-yard line down to the 10 and close to the 5, and that pass was caught by Trevor Vitale, a freshman, into the ball game. That'll take it down to the 6-yard line. First down and goal to go for the Lions. Here's the snap. O'Neal, he's going to keep. He heads for the end zone. Touchdown! Trot O'Neal, the man who's going to be snapping footballs in Austin for the Texas Longhorns, said, hey, I can play a little quarterback too, as he takes it himself into the end zone and pushes that lead out to 62-14.
Nobody happier than that entire offensive line who just did what seemed like a choreographed little celebration. Didn't get too carried away, but everyone loves the backup quarterback. But yeah, that young man going to Austin to snap, he's very talented, and he can play a little quarterback now.
Well, we've got a new kicker in the game as Caleb Jordan steps in, left-footed kicker, and he will put it through the uprights, up and good, with 8:15 to go here in the fourth quarter, and it's now 63-14, and the clock will continue to run. We'll take a break. Prestonwood football continues after this timeout.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights.
Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
At Prestonwood, we believe in the power of promise and the hope of new beginnings. When you're looking for a brand new start, we'll connect you back into life again. Join us. Let's move out of the past and into a bright future together. For more information, visit prestonwood.org.
Well, the Lions push a turnover into the end zone for the 9th time this evening. A 5-play, 31-yard drive. We're going to call it 3 minutes, 25 seconds, but who knows the running clock. 63-14 the score as Clarkson will put it into the end zone, and it will be a touchback. We'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. So again, if you are just tuning in, a 40-point lead in taps results in a running clock, and that is for anything except for timeouts or injuries is technically what the two stoppages could be. But aside from that, even through the timeouts of after a touchdown, clock's in a run. So what are we at now? We're at 9:14. We're going to be out here fairly quickly. But don't forget, we've got a big post-game show coming up. We've got interviews from down on the field and much more.
Highlights.
Crumrine, the quarterback, takes the snap, throws over on the left side, and quickly the tackle made on the receiver, Ben Brewer. It was Lucas Balma, the sophomore, who came up from his quarterback position to make the tackle.
Balma, they were thrilled to get him back last week against Parrish. And he was making a few plays out there. I remember calling his name on a tackle or two. But this game now, he's already making his presence known there in the second half.
So now from the 30-yard line, snap it to Davis Crumrine. Now going to toss over now going to try to keep it, and he gets across the 35 out to the 40. That's a gain of 10 yards on the play. Ian Neunenkamp, sophomore, comes up from his linebacker position to make the tackle.
Great pull and great read by Crumrine. Nice job to pick up the first down. Touchdown saving tackle by Noonan Camp. Really, really well done.
Pressure, flushes out Crumrine with a marker down, throws back across the field. Not supposed to do that, but it was caught by his receiver out around the 47, maybe the 48-yard line. It was Ben Brewer who hauled it in. Ridge Casanova on the tackle, but there are various flags down on the field, one back near the line of scrimmage, another in the defensive backfield.
Might be the neighborhood of holding, as they say. We'll see. Nice job by Casanova, though, breaking on that ball. That was one that you always hold your breath, no matter what team you're on. If it's your quarterback, though, when he throws back across his body, that's when bad things happen. It was a really nice job to haul that in by Brewer.
Now after they sort all that out, hear what Tony Benford has to say.
Way to hold him on the offense, 56. That pins the decline. Way to offensive pass interference on 86. That pins intercepted. First down.
All right.
So they said Shea Muccio was guilty of that offensive pass interference. They're moving back to the 25-yard line. Again, through all that, the clock continues to run. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I'm sorry, I'm just getting tickled by this.
Well, Mr. Benford was the one who was looking at it going, and now I think I'll let everyone know.
Here's the play fake, the throw over on the left side, and it is going to be caught.
It was number 11. Looks like it might have been Cap McKelvey.
Yeah, it was McKelvey.
Nice breaking route. Good job by that young man. Hauls it in, gets up, a little bit back. It's still second and Waxahachie for the Trojans.
They've got it at the 34-yard line. They need to get 50. That's only 16 yards, not that far. Second down.
Well,
3:05 clock running here in the third quarter. Davis Crumrine, the sophomore, turns to the sideline, now has the snap, looks upfield, feels pressure, and now he tries to back away from pursuit, and finally he's hit and dropped back at the 27-yard line as he had some pretty good pressure coming from Keegan Britton, a senior, who came up to help out Josh Bengard. He's been a busy guy in that will linebacker spot.
Bengard with the cleanup job. That was very, very nice coming up from his linebacker position. But, man, I'm liking this PCA defense now that they've really clicked in.
From the 28, Crumrine trying to set up a screen, dumps it off, caught at the 30, out to the 35, and to the 39-yard line. Going to be just short of the original line of scrimmage, as the receiver was Campbell Leibel. He was the tailback who hauled in the pass. They'll get 11 yards on the play. Tobias Jensen.
Fourth down and 11 from the 39.
Jensen, again, they got him back. We mentioned earlier the overtime interception in that thriller against BL. Over there locking down his corner spot. Now fourth down, back in motion.
4th and 11. Here's the pass. Had an open receiver down at the 40-yard line, and it was incomplete. They were looking for Ben Brewer as they didn't have the coverage on him, but the pass dropped helplessly to the turf, and that'll turn the football over to the Lions with 1:28. Clock continuing to run here in the third quarter.
Yeah, Bixler and it looks like Balma just had a little bit of a miscommunication there. They sorted it out, but like you said, Chuck, just a benign flutter to the ground. Ball looked like a leaf falling out of a tree, but it just, wasn't really going to get located at that point. Had Ben Brewer wide open.
Well, here's what's interesting with this running clock. They haven't even started the play clock yet, and we're to a minute. So if they wanted to exhaust, maybe they can stand there and get to the end of the quarter. Who knows?
Hey, but what do you know now? It looks like a full silver trade out. Here we go. So it separates the men from the boys, as they say in the spotter category.
Yeah, absolutely. Kalen Kelly's going to have to really get the eyes on the quarterback and the running back to introduce who we have in the ball game as the
got a timeout. TCA.
We got a timeout called by TCA, and they will stop the clock. So we'll take a break with them. 31 seconds to go here in the third quarter. 63-14, Lions on top, and Prestonwood football continues in a moment.
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is and always will be how we help people.
Hey there, Lion Nation. I'm Rudy Casanova, owner and president of Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. In athletics, teamwork is everything. Each player has a role, and when they come together, they achieve greatness. At Global Strategic, we believe the same principle applies to the workplace. When the right people come together, your business thrives. Let Global Strategic help you build a winning team at work. Visit www.globalstrategic.com for more information and schedule some time with me or one of my team. The Casanova family and Global Strategic are proud supporters of the PCA Athletic Program. Go Lions!
Well, out of the timeout, the Lions will have the football at the Trojan 39-yard line. Clock stopped, 31 seconds to go as they are going to hand it off to the running back, Joe Palmer.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I want to watch this fella run. He gets 4 yards. Tackled by Caden Daniels, that captain, 3 technique of the Trojan defense.
I'm also excited to see our spotter, Kalen Kelly, do what looks like he's playing a pipe organ over here, trying to work on this roster.
I love your descriptions. We're to the end of the third quarter. We'll take a break here. 63-14, Lions on top. We're 12 minutes away, perhaps literally, from getting to the finish line. Prestonwood Lion football continues in a moment.
With fast signs, see the visual possibility in your business. See it in lights and flags, on a van, in metal, on the floor, in color. With signs and graphics, you can say anything, do anything, be anything. So make your statement. With Fast Signs, your masterful team of visual marketing experts, anything is possible. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Well, here we go, start of the fourth quarter, and it is going to be handoff, running play near side. Joe Palmer gets inside the 30-yard line, gets down inside the 25 to the 22 as a flag down is Cap McKelvey on the tackle for TCA. And it looks like this one's coming back.
Hold on the offense, number 88. Give me 10-yard penalty, first down.
Well, you know, you hate to have the penalty, and Joe Palmer's...
Correction, second down.
Joe Palmer, of course, no one's shocked at how hard he's running downhill. It's fun, though, just to get to see these young men play. And Connor Chapman, you know, lovingly called Young Pup by Coach Yantis. And he said that earlier, Chuck, you know, in our conversation. He goes, I really hope I get to see Young Pup. He's my guy. That's fun.
Second down from the 45-yard line, under 11 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Here's the snap and the handoff, and straight ahead goes Palmer for a couple of yards down to the 43. Now remember, next week it won't be quite the same situation, as it's going to be St. Thomas coming to town, and that will be a tougher game.
Third down and 14, Lions from the Trojan 43.
From the 43-yard line, third down. They need to get down to the 29. And Prestonwood not in any hurry at all, down to 5 on the play clock as they get to the line. Snap to the quarterback, hand it off. Palmer trying to come left, and he gets eaten alive back at the 43-yard line, right at the line of scrimmage. Did manage to get back there. Caden Daniels is the one that led the posse for the Trojans.
Yeah, great job by Daniels. He's one of the bright spots there, I think, for TCA. And another foundational piece. First junior captain in TCA, maybe in their history. Great kid, great family. He's a little bit of a project, but like I said, he's a foundational piece for Trey Haverty and his squad.
Well, Prestonwood is going to do something that we haven't seen it do all day today. That's punt the football.
I'm mystified.
Yeah.
11 and 21 back to
So everyone else is too, because they're out there with 10 guys.
Here comes number 11. We had a timeout called by PCA because they didn't want to, lose 5 yards?
It would have been devastating.
9:24. That does stop the clock. Yeah, you could have played with 10. I mean, one of the most famous rushes in Cowboy history came with 10. You could go 99 yards. Certainly, you can punt a football, right?
Well, there's not exactly a Heisman Trophy winning running back out there.
Not yet.
Let's just say.
Not yet.
Let's just say. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but as of this moment in time.
Oh boy! So, what did we decide we're doing tomorrow about this YouTube thing? Or you don't have YouTube TV, do you?
I do have YouTube TV. The thing is, I don't have a transistor radio or whatever y'all used to listen to back in the prehistoric era.
8-track.
Sure.
But I'm saying, so how are you gonna watch game day? You get it through the app?
Well, I'm gonna have to petition to my wife and see if we can add something to the streaming budget.
Here's the snap. They had the punt. Get down inside the 10, rolls to the 5. It is going to be killed at the 2-yard line. Well, there's a little adding insult to injury. We'll see who touched that down for the Lions. Went down and did a heck of a job.
Number 23.
Tap it down.
That's good. Is it?
I think.
Yeah, Josiah Ritchie.
Josiah Ritchie.
Really nice job. Good special teamer. I love that's good play. He even tried to force the return man to touch the ball before he dive bombed on it at the 3. So special teams tonight. That's been really a bright spot for Coach Yantis, other than lighting up the scoreboard with his offense and then finally just.
I'll admit, we can't tell. We have an argument here. Our spotter, Kalen Kelly, said it was Ian Neunenkamp, 13, not 23. So I don't know. Got people talking in my ears. We've got.
It's a whole production.
Yeah, it is. And it is getting a little bit wheels off right now. And this is going to be a handoff on first down. And Campbell Livo. Tackled by Job Palmer. What's Job? He's going to do everything. If this is a road game, he'd be driving the bus home.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Palmer out there playing Will linebacker.
Fake the handoff, pass over on the left side, caught at the 10-yard line, out to the 15, and will work his way up to the 18-yard line as the catch was made by Cap McKelvey, who hauled that one in. The tackle was made by Lucas Balma, the sophomore.
Lucas Balma.
Good job by Balma, just keeping the sideline in front of him, using that as his 12th man.
First down and 10. Pass go to the left boundary, and this one is caught again by McKelvey. Hauls it in at the 26-yard line. It's a pickup of about 8 yards on the play. Well, a lot of these younger Lions, the Cubs.
Yeah.
Is that what they are? What are baby Lions?
Cubs.
Cubs, okay. I was thinking Bears and Cubs, and so had me all messed up there. Anyway, second down and 2.
You didn't grow up with zoo books.
Here's Crumrine rolling to the near side, and the pass is caught, but there is a marker down as he gets out to the 49-yard line as the pass was hauled in by Brewer, but Joe Palmer, they're on the tackle now. We'll check out the flag, see what this is about.
Got a hold. Offense, 58. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
And that clock continues to wide. If you're just tuning in, with a margin of 40 and above, you're in a TAPS game. They run the clock until they get to the finish line. Now, if this was a 6-man football game, David, we'd be home.
I have to admit something. I have always wanted to, but I have never witnessed a 6-man football game.
Oh, I have.
I hear it's just thrilling.
I'll tell you a story about that if we have a moment. We may have. We've got 6 minutes and 10 seconds left. Experience I had with that back in about 84. That's a while back. Okay, here's a pass that's floated up over the left side. It's incomplete. as it was intended there for Jacobucci, beg your pardon. I was doing Strawn in Newcastle. It was in Mineral Wells, and I was all of like 19 years old. I thought I was, Al Michaels or whatever. And I was working with my broadcast partner, Hank Largent. We both went to OU at the time, and I don't know how we got to do that game, but anyways, there's just points up and down the field. It's like into the first quarter, and it's 28-20. And if you've ever been to Old Miller Stadium in Mineral Wells, they have tree lines behind the end zones. Literally, when you kick the PATs, they go into the trees. Really cool, picturesque.
Interesting.
Anyway, so here's the quarterback, by the way, who's in trouble at Crumrine. He's going to throw over on the right side and pass is incomplete. He was looking for Griffin. And good defense on the play as it was Jacob Chong who was in there, the sophomore. Nice play there.
Great job. Way to break on the ball, Jacob. I love that. Sporting the fours. Great number.
But anyway, we get to the end of the quarter, and Hank said, man, there's so many points. The scoreboard's on fire. I said, yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. He goes, no, the scoreboard is literally on fire. And you look down there, and the scoreboard in the trees is in flames.
There's some athletic director running out there with a
fire
extinguisher saying prayer all the way, saying the Hail Mary as he's running over there.
Here's a kick to the 43-yard line, and it is taken there by the return man, Junior Niffin, and he brings it back a few yards. And
Mineral Wells.
Mascot
is
the Rams.
That's right.
Come on, that's the arch rival of Weatherford. Who are you talking to?
It's interesting.
Blocking the back. Return team, number 38. Going to be 10 yard pin for the end of the run.
Block in the back will push it back.
Just a smidge.
And you grew up in the city. You played for Carroll there in South Lake, and Weatherford was. We weren't country bumpkins back in the day, but there is something about a single city game out in the country. Like when Brownwood plays Granbury, or just
right.
It's cool because we have cities. Everybody. How many teams are in Frisco? 5,000.
Yeah, right. And growing.
Yeah, and so. It's cool when a whole town goes to the next town and watches a game.
And to bring it full circle, that's kind of the feeling I get here with TAPS. It's like a little country town football game feel. It's still very big. Everyone's bought in, but it really does mean more than what everyone's got going on in a busy city.
Yep,
It's a lot of
a
fun.
fact.
Big time.
3:19 left in the finish line. Stick around for the Global Strategic postgame show as they're going to hand it off on first down. And it's going to be a running play that goes to Joe Palmer. Or beg your pardon, it's Matthew Oviedo.
That's right.
21, not 22. Oviedo was the one that will get 3 yards.
It's a nifty 3 yards, Mr. Oviedo.
So again, this silver unit getting its work for the Lions. Quarterback for PCA in the ball game, Connor Chapman, freshman, lining up in the pistol here. I'm expecting him to throw the ball a lot here from the 48-yard line. Oh, who knows? No, he's going to hand it off, and it's going to be Oviedo with the football as he comes left inside the 45, gets down to the 44, and he's got a first down as we've got 2:23 left in the game, a gain of 7. Tackle was made by Mo Crum. Called his name a few times.
That's right. Way to hit the hole, Oviedo. That was a really good run. I got a first play out there. He got a little timid, but that second run, old hat to him.
Do we just blow past the 2-minute timeout, or do we stop for it? We'll find out.
We will. Stick around.
Here's the drama right here. We are at 2 minutes right now, and there is a 2-minute timeout, believe it or not.
Well,
they wind it. Said, nope, let's go ahead and roll through it. So there's only a couple of plays left.
Mrs. Binford's got dinner on the table.
Here's the handoff. Oviedo trying to find running room. Sheds one tackler. Keeps churning, and he'll get about 4 yards from the 45 down near the 41-yard line. Our players of the game that we need to, okay, we've got one chosen. Now we got to think of the other side. Let's see. Decisions. Oh, boy. Yeah, there you go. That's a great choice. All right. So we've got our players of the game. Stick around for that. You got the numbers? Okay, we got it. As we're down to 1:10 to go. We'll hear from Coach Donn Yantis first. We'll hear from Coach Yantis, and then we'll take a break, and we'll have our...
Kalen Kelly's using like 90% of his brain.
Yep, there you go. Here is the handoff. Oviedo tried to bounce outside right, but he gets jammed up at the 38 and pushed back on what may be the final play of the game.
Oh, but I love the heart on Oviedo, man. He was really trying to work for that first down. Great series by that young man. That's fun.
So the clock down to 40 seconds and now under. They will have to run one more play.
Trying to see what they got here. Probably still going to be a run, and if I'm going to take a shot in the dark here, I think it might be Oviedo left or right, and maybe he picks up a first down to call it a night. Let's see what we got here. Oh, now
down
it's
to 15 seconds on the clock.
The favorite formation of any team, victory.
Victory formation, and to a knee,
classy.
Chapman, and that'll do it. Again, a very classy move to tap out the final moments of this one. As the clock rolls down to zeros, the final score, Prestonwood 63 and TC Addison 14. We'll take a timeout here. We invite you to stick around for the postgame show brought to you by Global Strategic. We'll have interviews from down on the field. We'll have tons of highlights. We'll have game statistics and more to wrap it up. So be sure you stick around for that. You're listening to Prestonwood Lion Football. More after these messages.
They say few things stand the test of time. Because to stand among, and to stand with, to stand in, and to stand firm, comes down to what you stand for. So we are workers unashamed of the truth, and leaders led by our Creator. We are servants with an eternal perspective. In heart, in mind, in action. We believe that reaching higher starts by going deeper, and that longevity isn't achieved alone. We believe that reverence for God is the foundation of wisdom, that champions out there are established in here. It strengthens how we lead, how we invest, how we serve, and how we love. Because that which stands the test of time has a foundation that cannot be moved. Prestonwood Christian Academy, established for life.
At Prestonwood, we believe in the power of promise and the hope of new beginnings. When you're looking for a brand new start, we'll connect you back into life again. Join us. Let's move out of the past and into a bright future together. For more information, visit prestonwood.org.
Make your dream outdoor space a reality with Aquaterra Outdoors. From full-service design to construction for landscaping, pools, and outdoor structures, we offer everything you need for your ideal outdoor environment. With years of experience and a commitment to excellence, Aquaterra Outdoors, elevating outdoor living to the next level. Contact us today at 214-387-8333 Or visit our website, aquaterraoutdoors.com, and start your journey to the ultimate outdoor experience.
C3 Auto, serving Plano for over 14 years. You can find us just west of 75 at 3101 Premier Drive in Plano, Texas. Day or night, rain or shine, come browse our selection of over 2 acres of vehicles. Covered parking allows for vehicle protection and a shady walk around the lot. As a Carfax Advantage dealer, we specialize in clean Carfax, low-mileage used vehicles. Come by and meet the real boss at the office, Repo Jr. Find us online at c3auto.com.
This is a PCA Lions postgame show with interviews from the field, highlights, and a complete recap of the game. The Lions postgame show is brought to you by Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. Visit online at globalstrategic.com. Now, back to the stadium for the Global Strategic Lions postgame show.
Well, a great one tonight is the alma mater being played down below. Preston wins it 63-14. Chuck Kelly and David Stoltzman here in the booth, and we're joined down on the field by head coach Donn Yantis to get his thoughts on this one. Coach, you get that victory back in the win column. What were your thoughts on this game?
I'm just proud of the kids. You know, we wanted to come out fast, start fast offensively, which we did. And I knew they'd come out and play hard in the first quarter of the opponent, and they did a great job of, going down and scoring a couple times on us. So kind of, I warned the kids that probably could happen. But overall, did some good things. Really want to keep cleaning up the penalties. Those are driving me crazy. So just little things we got to get better for next week and leading into the playoffs.
And Coach, you mentioned in our call, off the air, that you said that you had some things you were working into prep, and there were other things in terms of special teams. Elaborate on that. Everything else that y'all are really trying to dial in before you get to playoffs.
Kickoff. We kick it off a lot, so we definitely wanted to clean that up. And I saw some things, good things. We have this huddle sideline that we can watch and fix things right on the field, which, coaches did a great job on the kickoff team cleaning up some things. So that's one of the advantages now, being able to watch it on the sideline and immediately fix it. So that's one of the main things. And punt return, fixed some things there. And I thought, David did a great job catching the ball tonight, which we, gave up some field position the last couple of games. So just little things that we got to continue to get better at, which our kids are doing a great job of doing.
And Coach, I know he's the quarterback. He does get a lot of attention, but I think we have to go over Luke Glass. I think he might have, turned a page tonight with it, not just the touch on the ball, but I saw him going through his progressions and his reads and hitting guys in stride. Just really looked like he had command of the offense tonight.
Yeah, he did a great job, and we missed a couple. And it's just, with him, it's just, I talk about the sense of urgency with his feet. And, his eyes and his mind see it quicker, but sometimes he, gets a little lethargic on his feet, and that's one of our goals tonight, is for him to, speed up his feet. When his feet were moving like they should, he was very accurate, especially on the deep ball.
Well, we talked coming in, Coach, the fact that your team was prohibitive favorite. I don't know, does that cause a head coach concerns? I mean, coming into how you're going to play it, because you have an expectation for victory, but you never know, and then you look up and you're in a 14-14 game.
Like I said to y'all earlier today and this week, we're preparing like we're playing Oregon. It doesn't matter who we play. And what I told the guys is, I'm just focused on us. It doesn't matter who we play. Just focus on the things we need to get better at on all phases, and cleaning up the penalties, not having false starts, which we did a good job of that tonight. No false starts. We didn't jump offside, so there's a lot of good positives. And then from a special team standpoint, just being sound. And so our guys, I thought we did a pretty good job, with the exception of the first kickoff or second kickoff.
Well, Coach, I know that you've got one more game to go. We talked earlier in the week. You want to gel at the right time. So this is certainly pointing the right direction. So what do you look forward to? You haven't done a bit of scouting about next week, but what is it you're trying to get out of that Week 10, or for you, Week 9 game?
Well, number one, it's that's the best team down in the South. They're the 1 seed, so that's going to be a really good test for us. And likely, we're going to play in the second round against Liberty, it looks like. So if we play them, then we'll play St. Thomas again. So it's going to be a good gauge, but it's just for us, just doing the right things. I thought we had a great week of practice offensively and defensively. So I think just getting better at the little things we got to get better at. And I think just continue to grow. And as we move towards the playoffs, is try to peak, as well as we can each game we get to.
Coach, thanks so much for the time. Congratulations on the win. Go enjoy that one.
Thank you, sir. Go Lions. God bless you guys.
That is head coach Donn Yantis here on the postgame. It is brought to you by Global Strategic. We'll take a short timeout, return to talk to our players, stars of the game tonight, both on offense and defense. You're listening to Prestonwood Lion Football. More after these messages.
Hey there, Lion Nation. I'm Rudy Casanova, owner and president of Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. In athletics, teamwork is everything. Each player has a role, and when they come together, they achieve greatness. At Global Strategic, we believe the same principle applies to the workplace. When the right people come together, your business thrives. Let Global Strategic help you build a winning team at work. Visit www.globalstrategic.com for more information and schedule some time with me or one of my team. The Casanova family and Global Strategic are proud supporters of the PCA Athletic Program. Go Lions!
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite. That's just a recipe for a good time, you know?
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
They're getting me back to reaching new heights.
Back to sticking the landing.
Back to setting goals and scoring them.
Back to more than a game.
As experts in everything from orthopedics to performance training, we specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
More of the post game from Prestonwood, where the Lions won it tonight, 63-14. This is the Global Strategic Post-Game Report. As we now are joined down on the field by one of our players of the game. We're going to start on the defensive side of the football and talk to the man who plays the nose, senior Jaden Morris, who's in on several tackles tonight and was a bit of the big force, including one big sack that we can recall, but a force of this defense that finally got it together. And, man, once they did, they shut the door. Jaden, congratulations on the win. Tell us your thoughts on that one.
Yes, sir. What a great win. But I feel like we could have cleaned up our first half. They shouldn't have had that many yards in the first half. We cleaned it up a little bit in the second half, but it shouldn't have happened in the first place.
So week of practice, Jaden, what did it look like? Did they come out in a different formation? I know they came out and split gun and started to just run the ball. Was that something that they showed on film?
Yes, sir, it was. We've been working on it all week, so we were prepared, but mainly all week we were working on ourselves and discipline as a team. Had to run a couple sprints, but we were trying to get everybody together and on the same page.
I love that, and you know, you're not exactly a nose tackle body. Let's just say. I mean, you play like you're 300 pounds, but usually that's a guy who's, you know, maybe an inch or so taller than you, but you know, you're giving up about 50, 60, 70 pounds at that position. Yet you really hold it down. How are you liking it down there in the trenches?
Yes, sir. It's different. I've played a defensive end my whole career, so going into nose was a different experience. But giving it all I got. Having to hold my own, but I'm able to use my speed to get through when I need to.
And you used your speed and you got home at least once tonight. Critique yourself tonight. I know that you still need to watch the film, but what's something that you think you could clean up from this game, and what do you think you did really good?
I probably could have stayed lower. Of course, I need to watch more film, but the little plays I did see, I could have definitely stayed lower. It would have allowed me to get through quicker. I thought I was able to see the screen fairly quickly. That's what I would congratulate myself on.
Everybody, has eyes on this Prestonwood offense because they do roll up some pretty big numbers, move up and down the field. So how is it being a defensive player? I mean, not that you guys have forgotten or anything like that, but with them getting all the publicity, do you guys say, hey, we're pretty good too?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's always good to have a good offense in general, but yeah, defense, we want to get some of the love too. Yes, sir.
And so what does it mean to you, Jaden, to be a Prestonwood Lion, and not just, defensive guy, not just a nose, but what does it mean to be a part of this team and this community?
Always have God first, audience of one. Coming from a public school, we didn't have that priority like we do here at Prestonwood.
I love that.
So how important is that, once you're on the field and, marrying those two, the fact that you are serving the Lord, but you're playing a mean game. You're down in the trenches. How do you measure that out?
Just trying to play clean, having that aggression out there, but still in a clean way that serves the Lord.
Very good. Outstanding. Well, listen, thank you so much for spending some time with us, and congratulations on that victory.
Sir, thank you.
That is Jaden Morris, senior nose tackle, as they won it tonight by a final score of 63-14, and we will continue here as we'll flip over to the offensive side of the football and talk to the starting center for Prestonwood, and that is Brock Schleff. The senior is heading to Air Force. Transfer from Plano, as he was part of this offensive line that, has really looked good not only tonight, but throughout the 4 games that we've called. David, very impressed. Brock joins us from down on the field. Congratulations on the win. Let's get your thoughts on that from the offensive side.
Thank you so much for that compliment. But I'm not going to lie, there's some things the offensive line needs to clean up. Like, obviously, we put up a good amount of points there, 63 points. But there's definitely some small things that we need to fix. So, yeah, other than that, I feel like we played a really good game. And, yeah, we put a lot of yards up there.
And Brock, elaborate a little bit on that. I know that you're going to be hard on yourself and on your teammates, and for good measure and good reason. I know that everyone wants to be better than yesterday, but elaborate on that a little bit. What's the offensive line working on? You guys are really, really good. You're the cream of the crop as far as this, at least in district, maybe even the state. But what is this offensive line working on day to day?
Working on double teams, staying hip to hip, always looking for linebackers, even if you're trying to just destroy this big nose guard in front of you, and constantly trying to get to the second level and on outside zone, staying square, and constantly trying to create penetration through the middle, basically.
Well, and playing offensive line, it's no secret, but people forget about it sometimes. The offensive line is a thankless situation, and you only notice them whenever they're screwing up. But it's 5 guys having to work as a unit. And how important is it for y'all to have good communication, and not only that on the field, but just have good relationships off the field as well? How important is that?
Oh, very important. We constantly, in Indy and team, are constantly worked on our calls and basically what we need to look at on the fronts. And they constantly banter us about it on a lot. Sometimes we have to run if we miss calls or something during practice. And also, every 2 weeks, we hang out at the right guard's house, Caden Smith. We all go down there and hang out and have some fellowship, eat some pizza, talk about the week, how things have been going. So, honestly, yeah, it's a big, big thing that we have to stay connected and together.
Okay, Brock, I'm going to hit you with a little, tippy toe here. So, you're caught in a dark alley. It's 2 a.m. Which one of your offensive linemen you taking with you?
Caden Smith.
Oh boy.
You didn't pause on that, did you?
Yeah, you didn't flinch. Why Kanan?
Honestly, I feel like we're really close, and I just know that if either of us are in a hole or something's going wrong, we can just call him no matter what, anytime, and we'll pull up.
I love that.
On your bio that I'm looking at right now, you said your go-to Bible verse is Psalm 16:8.
Yes, sir.
To help you remember to continue to focus on the Lord. Tell us a little bit about that, and tell us about your walk with Him.
Well, honestly, I get nervous before games and things, and I'm always in my head. I'm like, I got to do this right. Got to get every step right. I got to think about how I'm going to do this, all that. But when I read that verse, it reminds me, if I always keep my eyes on the Lord, He'll always be with me. And it's kind of like, I'm right-handed. I'm like a center. I'm always holding the ball, saving the ball. He'll always be with me at my right hand. He'll always guide me through His plan. And I just have to have peace with that and be content, and whatever happens is for Him.
So you're heading to the Air Force Academy.
Yes,
tell
sir.
us about that decision.
Honestly, in the spring, they hit me up. They're like, Brock, we think you're awesome. We'd love to offer you, give you a ride to, to the United States Air Force Academy. And I never thought about going to a military school until that moment. And then once I visited, for the junior visit, it was just amazing. And I just thought this is a great brotherhood. The offensive line has a strong program, diesel program. It's just mindset is amazing. I loved it. The weather is awesome, mountains everywhere. And just the mindset they have of continuing to push forward and work hard and finish on everything is just awesome. I loved it.
You better make sure you're in good shape because that air is a little bit different, pal.
It is thin.
The air is thin, and you got to go through boot camp. Everyone does, no matter what the size.
No matter what.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know you want to go because you got to go celebrate here, but I got one more question for you. Is it true that in middle school you got banned from Fortnite? Tell us that story.
It's true. I would get 2 into Fortnite. Oh my gosh. So
I believe rage is the word that was used.
Yeah, rage. Yep. I would rage like crazy. Oh, it'd be so bad. One time in a different game, I had some friends over and I lost in Madden and I broke a controller. But other than that, I would scream, get crazy, and then my dad's like, "Hey, you got to stop doing this. You can't play this game." So yeah, basically all throughout middle school, I was banned. I could not play it.
Well, everyone in DFW, Brock Schleff's got your controllers.
Oh, yeah.
Staying up at night, so hide him if he's in the room.
The man they call Brock Star. Thank you so much. Enjoy that one. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Brock Schleff heading to Air Force Academy. It's something to be proud of, man. He's a great sitter from this Prestonwood football team. As we take a time out here on our postgame, it's brought to you by Global Strategic. When we return, David will take you through some highlights. It'll take a couple of minutes, and after that, we'll rejoin you and have the statistics and head toward the finish line. You are tuned in to Prestonwood High School football, where the Lions win at 63-14. More after this timeout.
With fast signs, see the visual possibility in your business. See it in lights and flags, on a van, in metal, on the floor, in color. With signs and graphics, you can say anything, do anything, be anything. So make your statement. With Fast Signs, your masterful team of visual marketing experts, anything is possible. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Storm damage? Don't wait until it's too late. At Up-to-Date Roofing, we bring top-quality craftsmanship, honest pricing, and fast service to protect what matters most, your home. From repairs to full replacements, we keep your roof and your home up to date. Call us today and stay covered, rain or shine. Up-to-Date Roofing, keeping you covered no matter the weather.
Dream outdoor space a reality with Aquaterra Outdoors. From full-service design to construction for landscaping, pools, and outdoor structures, we offer everything you need for your ideal outdoor environment. With years of experience and a commitment to excellence, Aquaterra Outdoors, elevating outdoor living to the next level. Contact us today at 214-387-8333 or visit our website aquaterraoutdoors.com and start your journey to the ultimate outdoor experience.
It's not about fixing air conditioners. It's not about the thousands of hours spent training. It's about homeowners resting easy, knowing they can trust us in their homes. It's about keeping a family cool and comfortable in the dead of summer. At Milestone, it's more than just a job. It is and always will be how we help people.
Well, Prestonwood wins it tonight. Now, your highlights with me, David Stoltzman. This is the Global Strategic Postgame Show. Just under 2 minutes is all it took before the Lions packed a lunch and went to work. William Taylor would be the man finding pay dirt.
Here's the snap. Again, it's Taylor. Again, running room inside the 20 to the 10. Touchdown. PCA. And an early scoring play, only a minute and 28 seconds into the ball game, puts the Lions on top. It's 6-0.
7-0 would be the score before not too long with Prestonwood leading. Trojans march down the field into PCA territory, and they don't even need a wooden horse to do it this time. It's more horsepower. They keep the ball on the ground most of the drive until they dialed up a fade pattern to the 6-2 Griffin.
So 3rd down and goal from the 10. They're going to load and throw for the end zone. They've got a man reaching up and making the catch is Chase Griffin for the touchdown. The captain who led the team in receptions with 35 coming into the game hauls that one in. Shaw was back in the coverage, but Griffin, the big fella at 6'2", able to haul it in. It's 9 yards and a touchdown for TC Addison, and they now have a chance to tie this one up.
It would, in fact, be tied 7-7. Deja vu all over again. PCA has a 1 minute, 50-second drive, and it's another house call for 6.
They're going to hand it to Bixler. Huge hole, and he will saunter into the end zone. And for the second time in the ball game, they punch in 6 points, and the Lions reclaim the lead. It's now 13-7.
That PAT makes it 14-7 Lions. TCA would waste no time going back to work. It's a few plays later in this track meet, and again, it's that man Trojan fans call the guy, Chase Griffin.
From the 18-yard line, quick play fake, pass toward the end zone, pass is caught, touchdown! Guess who? Chase Griffin hauls that one in, 18 yards in a score, and just like that, TC Addison on the board. It's 14-13 Lions.
14-all with 2:32 left in quarter number 1. The Lion offense keeps the train rolling, going blow for blow with these pesky men of Troy. The duo of Glass to Darasov picks up right where they left off last week.
And 10 yards to go from just outside the 10-yard line. Glass is going to throw toward the end zone, caught on the post of Gio Darasov. Well, they are just becoming like peas and carrots, these two. That is a nice gain of 10, 11 yards on the touchdown, and the 4th TD strike between these two in the last 2 weeks.
Kind of a knuckly, funky PAT, which makes the Lions gain the lead again by 7. Penalties were the theme of the following PCA possession. Savvy runs from Glass, Taylor, and swing passes to Moriel, but it would be Bixler who would take it the rest of the way for the Lions in what was a crucial drive for PCA.
2nd down and 6, going to hand it off to the running back Bixler, trying to shake inside the 5. He's down close to the goal line. Did he get there? He did! Touchdown, Prestonwood! Braden Bixler gets his 6th touchdown of the season, 13 yards, and the Lions now lead at 27-14.
2-score lead now with 6:26 left in the first half. A forced fumble by the Lions D leads to a quick swing pass to Moriel, and pulled a semi-horn because he flattens a Trojan on his way into the end zone.
So now they're going to dump it out left side with running room inside the 5. Touchdown! It was A.J. Moriel, the tight end, who hauled that one in and tight-roped his way down the boundary. 15 yards on the score, and Prestonwood now leads it 34-14.
35-14 would be the score before too long. 3 and out for the Lions defense that woke up from its hibernation here in the second quarter. Outstanding pass by Glass to Niffen gets PCA down to the 1-yard line, and a tush push?
1-yard line statistically, although it's probably a little bit closer at that, and they're going to bunch everybody in and go do a little tush push, and into the end zone goes Glass, and it is now 41-14 as everybody just crammed inside, and the big fella takes the ball and leans in for the score.
42-14 PCA at that time, and 3 and out yet again. Now the Lions are really feeling it. Luke Glass rearranges the solar system with a pass to Shaw to get the Lions into scoring position. And surprise, surprise, Bixler grabs another for himself.
49 yards on that pass play. Handoff, running play, touchdown, Braden Bixler, second score of the night, and now this one is really starting to head toward the chutes as it's now 48-14 Lions.
Lion fans on cruise control with 49-14 and now running away with this one. Lions get one last drive, under 2 minutes to go in quarter number 2. A beautiful drive it would be. 5 plays, 51 yards, and a tick off 57 seconds to set up another tush push to put this one all but out of reach.
Well, they get back into the tush-push situation, and it is going to be a straight-ahead sneak for Luke Glass, who gets his second score, and it is now 55-14.
56-14 would be the score heading into the locker room at the break. Moving ahead now to the second half, Prestonwood leading by more than 40 points, which means a running clock. A kickoff to start the second half is a forced fumble by Luke Lineberger. PCA recovers, and it was the future Longhorn Trot O'Neal. Feels good to call his name on the highlights, operating the offense and scoring touchdowns.
Here's the snap. O'Neal, he's going to keep. He heads for the end zone. Touchdown! Trot O'Neal, the man who's going to be snapping footballs in Austin for the Texas Longhorns, said, hey, I can play a little quarterback too, as he takes it himself into the end zone and pushes that lead out to 62-14.
63-14 would be the new score, and the final score, Lions ahead at that point. Now in the fourth quarter of play, remember, it's a running clock, and the Silver Group makes an appearance. This is the JV crew fresh off of a phenomenal season. Congrats to them. Fun to see those young men get to play. Those are your highlights. The final score on this one, 63-14 Lions over the Trojans of TC Addison. We continue on with the Global Strategic Post-game show. Those were your highlights.
From the long-lasting and reliable heating and cooling systems we send out the door, to the friendly and knowledgeable dealers who go the extra mile. With a no-hassle replacement limited warranty, you can trust Comfort Maker to deliver outstanding service and performance, keeping you a step ahead with advanced technology and exceptional comfort. To find a Comfort Maker dealer, visit comfortmaker.com.
Are you injured or in pain and not sure what to do? Schedule a complimentary injury screening and talk to our physical therapists at Vista PT to see if physical therapy is right for you. No prescription or referral is needed.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute is helping me get back into the swing of things.
Back to sticking the landing.
Back to more than a game.
We specialize in getting DFW athletes back to doing what they love.
Come see Larry, Jane, and Repo Jr. for your next vehicle. C3 Auto, located at 3101 Premier Drive in Plano, Texas, or visit us online at c3auto.com.
Hey there, Lion Nation. I'm Rudy Casanova, owner and president of Global Strategic Business Process Outsource Solutions. In athletics, teamwork is everything. Each player has a role, and when they come together, they achieve greatness. At Global Strategic, we believe the same principle applies to the workplace. When the right people come together, your business thrives. Let Global Strategic help you build a winning team at work. Visit www.globalstrategic.com for more information and schedule some time with me or one of my team. The Casanova family and Global Strategic are proud supporters of the PCA Athletic Program. Go Lions!
We head toward the finish line here on the Lion Postgame Show. Prestonwood wins it tonight, 63-14. This is the Global Strategic Postgame Wrap-Up. A reminder that we're very excited to welcome a brand new sponsor to Lion football. That is Texas Tiny Teeth Pediatric Dentistry. That's led by Dr. James Slaughter, and they have joined the team, and we want to thank them very much for being a part of the PCA family and supporting our student athletes this season. Again, Texas Tiny Teeth Pediatric Dentistry and Dr. James Slaughter, a big fan of the Lions. Well, the numbers, as you would expect in a 63-14 game, are going to be slanted very much in favor of the PCA Lions as they wind up with 486 yards of total offense this evening, 197 of that on the ground and 289 through the air. For TC Addison, they wound up with 195 yards of total offense, 54 yards rushing, 141 through the air. As far as first downs, the Lions had 23 compared to 11 for Trinity Christian. The turnovers were a big problem. 3 fumbles in the game by the Trojans, and the Lions able to take advantage in that. Now, the penalty department, the Lions did get whistled 7 times for 85 yards compared to 5 for 60 for TCA. And on third down conversions, man, what a night tonight for the Lions. 7 of 9. That's hitting at 78%. That dog will hunt. Trinity Christian finished 4 of 11. 4 for 10 make it on third down tries, and 2 sacks for that PCA defense. Again, we talked to Jaden Morris. He got 1 of those in the ball game, and they had 5 stops behind the line of scrimmage, so pretty good stuff in the game. The Lions finished with 8.1 yards per snap in the ball game and 63 points in the red zone. All points coming on 16 plays. How about that? So some of the individual numbers. Luke Glass goes 16 of 24 for 271 yards and the 2 touchdowns. He ran 4 times for 35 yards and 2 scores and a TD, so 2 TDs, so 4 touchdowns total for Luke Glass as he got those 2 on the ground through the tush push. William Taylor goes over 100 yards again. Seems like he does it every time he steps on the field. 15 carries, 105 yards and 2 touchdowns. Braden Bixler carried the ball 4 times, 6 times make it for 37 yards and had 3 TDs on the night. That's making the most of your opportunities. As far as receiving goes, Tyler Shaw, 3 catches for 73 yards. A.J. Morial, 5 for 70 and a score. Junior Niffen, 4 catches for 60 yards. And Gio Darasaw, 2 catches for 20 yards and a touchdown. Again, the number's not going to be that big for the Trojans as they had that kind of thin lineup. We knew that once the Lions started pressing them a little bit that they were going to be really scrambling to move the football. And Davis Crumrine, the sophomore quarterback, again, they're without their big 6'4 senior Hunter Flatt, who's injured, not available to play in this game. So Crumrine gets the start, and he puts up a pretty yeoman's effort. He went 18 of 29 for 141 yards in the ballgame. So all in all, a pretty good night for Crumrine there. And in the backfield, Campbell Leibel, he winds up with 9 carries for 58 yards, and a very tough Walker Zolfo carried the ball 5 times in the game for 16 yards. How about Chase Griffin, not Ben Brewer, combining those two. But anyway, Chase Griffin, we heard so much about him, 5 catches for 55 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he had an absolutely great night every time it seemed like he touched the football. And the other receiver that had significant stats was Cap McKelvey, as he had 5 catches for 53 yards. So you add up all those totals right there, and it winds up a 63-14 victory for the Lions over TC Addison. And, of course, one more game still on the docket. As you heard Coach Yantis say just a moment ago, St. Thomas Catholic coming up next week, one of the top teams in the South. And that's going to be a good non-district matchup. You don't call it a tune-up. You're heading into the playoffs. I guess it's kind of a fine-tuning as you get ready to get into the postseason, but it's going to be quite a challenge. David Stoltzman rejoins me here in the booth on the Global Strategic Postgame Show. So this is one of those feel-good nights. You played in a lot of those at South Lake Carroll. You had some Richlands, and we could name whoever they were, but you knew going in that you had a big advantage. And PCA tonight did basically what you're supposed to do: just go out and take care, kill their will early, and cruise to victory. And they did just that.
Right. We used to say it's going to be one of those you're cutting your tape off at halftime. And so it's Yeah, and I think that, for the guys that are the starters, you really want to stay healthy, but you don't want to change your mindset. You want to go out there and fix the corrections and put really good film out there for the coaches and show them that you've made your corrections, but you also know it's going to be a short night for you. So you're trying to microwave your stats, and you're trying to get some film out there, so you really don't want it to happen. So you do see a lot of bodies flying around and everyone trying to make the best of it. So, but, I mean, you got to tip your hat to Trey Haverty and his squad over there at TCA. I mean, they really, not once did I see anybody give up or hands on hips, and they came in on a shoestring. I mean, it was really tough. Already had a thin group of guys and had 7 significant injuries to starters at this point in the season, and there's a cobbled together squad that hung tough as best they could until they just ran out of resources there, and it was, all she wrote, as they say. But no, great job by his squad. That they're going to be good 2-3 years, 4 years from now when their pieces grow up, their cornerstones that they have, and they'll be back where they need to be in competitive. And that's kind of the whole spirit of this, is everyone wants to see everyone be competitive and have a good time and play against good competition. This is arguably the best district in TAP. So I think that as far as PCA is concerned, man, it's really hard to poke holes in that one. You have a few penalties on the offensive line, and that was brought to life by Mr. Schleff, who didn't let that get by him. But really nice job by the front seven picking it up, and congratulations to the back end, getting back Casanova and getting back Tobias Jensen. So that's exciting to see those young men back out there in a Lions uniform and running around and getting back into football shape, flying around. Casanova had some really good plays tonight. It was fun. But, man, that defense is gelling at the right time, save the first quarter of this game. Offense and Luke Glass looked tremendous. I mean, TCA still has good guys in the back end. And so I think it was really, really fun to watch tonight all the way around. And Coach Yantis, I think, he said it. He's pleased with what he saw, and I would be too.
And how about that silver group?
Man, don't get me going on the silver group. That makes me so excited to see those young men. What a reward to have such a wonderful JV season. To have that come to a nice end, and then they get to
undefeated, right?
Undefeated, 7-0, and they get to have some valuable varsity reps. I think that's extraordinary and something that they won't forget. I'm going to call out a couple guys. I like to see young pup out there. Connor Chapman, that was good. Joe Palmer, he had a great job just carrying the rock for a couple times. Good catch by Trevor Vitale over there in the flat. That was a lot of fun. And man, there was a couple other guys. Oh, who was it? Yeah, it was Matthew Oviedo.
Yep.
Keeping those feet churning.
Yep.
Man, number 21, he picked up a couple first downs. He would have picked up another two if it wasn't victory formation. But no, I was excited to see them, and nobody more excited than I think Coach Yantis. That was his biggest goal of the night. Was he's like, I got to get that silver group in. I'm excited to see them get rewarded for such a nice season. So that was great. It's what football is all about: getting those guys reps and getting them a taste of the Friday Night Lights.
Well, I've got to get a quarter out, and I've got to flip a coin because I was pretty amped tomorrow night for that 6:30 matchup between my Sooners and Tennessee. Kind of a big game for OU for various reasons.
Sure.
Okay, that's on one hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's on one hand. On the other, Game 7 of the World Series because Toronto beat Los Angeles tonight 3-1.
What do you know?
And they're going to be going head up at the same time. So, was LA? What did I say? LA won over Toronto. Yeah, that's I might have misspoken that, but yeah, it's 3-3. And it's all knotted up. So, yeah.
That's what you want, though, for a series. You don't want a sweep or a gentleman's sweep. You want it to be real, and it's those Blue Jays, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
but you knew Yamamoto going tonight. You knew that the Dodgers are going to be tough to beat. But anyway, see, I'm joking. We got a busy day of football tomorrow. We're going to go figure out the whole ESPN thing and YouTube TV. And
another way to say it is we're so blessed.
Yes.
To be in this country and to have what we have. And World Series baseball, October baseball, and deep season college football. We'll figure out a way to watch it, but it's what a sweet deal we have here, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Dodgers threw their big gun today. Kaylin's showing me here that it looks like Mad Max may be going to the mound for Toronto, Max Scherzer. So we'll see if Mr. Monochrome Eyes or whatever it's called, one blue, one brown. Heterochrome, that's right, not monochrome. That would be one. Heterochrome, yeah. So go out there and see if he can finish it off. Anyway, we're just yammering here. That'll do it for the broadcast. I want to say thanks to everyone on our crew and our special production staff upstairs doing the video side, and of course the audio as well, with Barry Walters, who came out, did a magnificent job this evening, along with our audio producer Michael Clark. Thanks also to Alex Muirhead and everybody here at PCA, including the athletic director Shannon Purcell. They got everything set up for Barry upstairs with the tent, good to go, perfect view, beautiful night, couldn't ask for anything more. Tip of the cap to all of those folks. Thanks to our scoreboard operator Brad Sester, our statistician Ryan Metcalf, and obviously our spotter extraordinaire Kellen Kelly, because he was a busy dude. He's also a producer at the end, and if you watch this, you're going back and seeing it, you're not only going to see our stars of the game, you're going to see their bodyguards standing right beside him, even though they're a little bit bigger than him, and he got pads on, but yeah, he was making sure nobody was messing with him down on the field. So yeah, check that out on the post game there. So all of that, a reminder, next Friday we'll be on the air at 6 o'clock, and it will be a 7 o'clock kickoff for Prestonwood and St. Thomas Catholic, and we'll have it for you right here on this local station. So be sure you tune in for that. So until then, for everyone I just mentioned and the rest of our camera crew, thanks to Seth and to Brooke as well. Tip of the cap to you guys. Couldn't do it without you. And for everybody who has been a part, hope you have a very pleasant end of October, November, when you wake up tomorrow in daylight saving time. Goodbye, goodbye. It's going to be dark when we show up next Friday. For all of those folks, we missed Donnie tonight. Donovan Lewis, tip of the cap. He'll be back next week. For David Stoltzman, Chuck Kelly, reminding you the final score tonight, Prestonwood 63 and TC Addison 14. Until Friday, good night from Plano.